from Etsy years ago.
Yeah. Mine were not cheap. They were very expensive.
No. It's a lot of things are not cheap, but it's nice to have it.
Yes. So.
Okay. I don't know how you'll take this, but I feel that we are live on YouTube and Instagram, and it looks like there have been no technical glitches so far. I maybe speak too soon. My Sockathon friends are still to join. They are not clearly as prepared as you have been, but I think when they finally join, they'll be shocked that we are already casting on. So happy to see everybody. So we got people from Holland, we got people from Denmark, we got people from the States in Colorado. Where else are people from? I can see Cha. Am I saying your name right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Where are you calling from?
I'm English.
English. Oh, excellent. Whereabouts in England?
East Sussex.
Oh, well, I'm West Sussex, so we're like so close. Excellent. Amazing. How about Inga? Inga is also a Latvian name, but not only. So I'm not going to make any assumptions. There's people on Instagram, they are saying they're listening in from Poland, from New Jersey in the States, from North Carolina, another from Netherlands, from Massachusetts, US, from Sweden, from Italy, from Germany, from Minnesota, California. Goodness, all you guys. It's a full-on all over the world. I think Instagram can't really see us because there's only a few of us. So I have to probably lean in this direction or this direction. But when there's more people, it will be more visible. YouTube is probably a little bit easier to digest. This direction or this. How about if I sit here? Maybe I'll pop up on Instagram correctly. Yes. Oh, okay. So I guess the next, Inga's saying she is not from Latvia, but her microphone isn't working. It's okay. I can see the chat as well. And I can. Hello.
Hello.
Where have you just joined us from?
Montreal.
Oh,
Canada.
nice.
Oh,
bonjour.
Bonjour.
I have been there once. It was really cold. Was I in Montreal or in? No, I was in Quebec in general.
Yes.
Just on the border with Ontario.
Okay.
I didn't make it to Montreal. Like, love Canada. So, are you French Canadian?
Yes, I'm French.
English Canadian.
Yes, yes.
You always
I made the
that.
test knit lotus pink lotus.
Oh, right, yes.
I am
Hi.
like this.
Oh, right, yes, your photo was
It's
amazing.
me.
Oh, there's people from Ukraine and Pakistan as well on Instagram. It's a truly global thing, that knitting, isn't it? I'm going to be casting on exactly in 7 minutes. I am going to be casting on a new design, and that no one's actually seen yet. So this is going to be a triple stress for me to make sure that I don't miss any comments and answer all the questions and still count my stitches correct. It's going to be color work sock. So yeah, I don't know. I am giving myself all these really difficult things to do. We'll see. It's an experiment. Oh, and people on YouTube are saying they are from Ontario, Canada. Liga in London. Andrea from Germany. Svetlana from South Africa. And Larissa from London. Amazing. So I would like to ask the brave people who joined first, like Lone, are we saying your name right? What socks are you going to be knitting today?
Me? I just bought your sock patterns today. Those. Oh, I don't know what they call. Wait a minute. Was just finding the recipe on my phone.
Morning to Michigan.
Oh, I knit. Okay, so this
You see,
one.
I'm gonna make those ones.
Oh, so Lona is making the rhubarb and
Yes.
custard socks.
Yes.
It is definitely the most popular pattern in the Socktober. Is anyone else here casting on rhubarb
Yeah.
and custard socks? Yes,
I've got them too.
And Volduk, how do we say your name? Volduk?
Christine.
Christine. Okay, Christine. Okay, Christine. And Mariette, I didn't see.
Yes, I do something else because I just saw you was online, so I jump in. But I do with the scary on the referee. You have 2 weeks of 2 months about the Super Sock Scare Fest scary socks.
Okay. Okay. I don't recognize the designer.
No,
Oh, we
this is
can't.
from, this is 1 October and this is from Tiffany Rome.
Okay.
So but I like to knit with the hand, but also with the machine.
Oh, so today we're going to be casting on socks that we knit with our hands.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Okay. And what about Vicky? What are you knitting? No microphone. No microphone, no problem. We will see perhaps later. And same with Inga. If you can chat us, let us know what you're knitting. Oh, rhubarb and custard socks as well. Great. There are people on YouTube are also from Poland, and thank you, Mary Clark, for having faith in my capabilities. I am seriously doubting them. I'm just trying to appear tough in public, but inside it's not so tough. And Knitter's Vision will be casting on dynamism socks. It's actually the first sock pattern I ever published. So before I learned all the lessons, feel free to ask me any questions. Oh, Vicky is actually just going to be getting ready for work, unfortunately, but hoping I'll be able to catch the end when I'm at work. I'll have to start tonight. Not positive which socks yet. Okay, that is being a very difficult decision. Leanna is here. Hello, Leanna from Team Zanete Knits. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Nice to see already like so many people. We were like, we'll probably here be like just 4 of us. But no, it's nice to come and it's already like big group. Yeah, I will set a few things up here for myself and I will be ready to cast on. I will be doing Brooklyn Memory socks. And yeah, they'll be for my partner because we recently went to Brooklyn together. And yeah, I think he deserves a pair of Brooklyn Memory socks. So that's what I'll be doing from start, because yeah, this is my yarn choice. Well, this is his yarn choice, and yeah, I'll cast them on. I haven't started. I'm just showing you that.
What's the main color? What's the contrast
Oh,
color?
this will be main color because it's like doesn't really show here. It's like chocolatey brown sort of thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah, and then he says he wants to go with gold. I wouldn't say that I agree with this combination, but I'm not the one who wear them. Yeah. Oh,
Hello,
okay.
Anette is a second one of our group who agreed to this crazy experiment.
That is something to be watched here.
And we are having some background noise. I suppose it's good to get some rules in order. I would love for this to be super interactive, and whenever you are speaking, please speak and have your mic unmuted. But if you're not speaking and there is noise in your house or wherever you are, I hope you can press the mute button until you're ready to talk. That would be very nice for everybody. So thanks so much. I am also not quite sure of the best layout for this Zoom call. I think for YouTube and for everybody, I suppose the gallery view is the best because we can see how many of us are here. However, those watching on Instagram, it might not be the most optimal view for you. And I hope that you know if you are on Instagram and you're struggling to understand what's going on in this gallery view, don't tell Instagram I said this, but you could skip to the YouTube channel. That's a little bit more friendly for the layout of this call. And here we go. It is 1 o'clock here where I am, 1 o'clock p.m. It's the official Socktober kickoff session, where I hope that all of us who have joined from all over the world will be casting on a new pair of socks, and we can see how far we get. We've got some topics that we can discuss as if there's a moment of silence. So hopefully there won't be any moments of silence. We'll cover all about the Socktober, the prizes, and anything else Socktober related. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask on Instagram, YouTube, or here in Zoom, and we'll answer them. And we can talk about anything we like, really. About if you have questions about sock knitting or sock needles or sock yarn or techniques or constructions or your anecdotes from your sock knitting experiences, yeah, anything goes. So the point is to get to the end of 4 hours, and I don't want to say compare how far we got, but just see for yourself how far you can get in one sitting that is purely dedicated to sock knitting. Right, so we heard from a lot of people who are going to knit rhubarb and custard socks. Are there people who are going to be knitting a different pair? And if you are one of them, raise your hand and let us know what you will be making.
Mine is blueberry and custard.
Okay. But still is the same pattern.
Yes.
Okay. Svetlana, you're showing us you're making Barca memory socks. Yes. Excellent.
Me too.
And
Jesse is also
blue
making
color.
bark.
Oh, and it's gonna be teal. Okay. Jesse, where are you from?
What's that?
I'm in Ohio, United States. I live in Florida and I'm currently in Ohio. I'm also making Barca memories.
Nice. That's the first memory sock pattern, actually. Anette, who you can see, wave. It was her idea. She started this whole thing. We went to Barcelona Knitting Festival, Barcelona Knits, and she picked up sock yarn. She's like, why don't we all make the same pair of socks from yarn that we buy here? And yeah, that was the first one. And since then there've been 9. I don't know, Leon, am I right? Or 8?
Yeah, no, it's 8.
8,
And
yeah. Okay.
9th is the test is coming soon, and the 10th design is coming soon. So yeah, we'll talk about it later, probably about the trip we're making. And
Why don't you talk about the trip while I cast on? Because I'm
all right,
really
okay, I
behind.
cast it
haven't
on already.
casted it.
Okay, I'll
you
let
go.
you. So yeah, basically there are 8 patterns already. So 9th is in designing now. So there will be a test
It's
call
being
soon.
cast on now. Okay.
Oh, Janet is casting it on. Okay. The test call is coming soon. Anyone wants to test knit the pattern, it's fine, but it won't be included in a knit along. So that's a separate thing. But as it's a sock month, it's fine. It's another sock activity. So yeah, that will be happening. And then later on in a month, in about less than 2 weeks now, we are going to France. We're going to
It's
Lyon.
next week.
Oh, next week, actually, yeah. 4 of us are going to Lyon to another knitting festival, which is called Knit Eat. And that will be a place where Janet will get inspiration for her 10th memory sock pattern. And yeah, and then probably test call is coming again soon, and that will be like 10
Should we
patterns.
continue?
10
Should we
patterns
continue?
in about
2 years.
2 years, yeah. I think brilliant.
Should we continue or should we stop traveling? It's
No,
tiring.
we're not stopping traveling, so that's not happening. But yeah, we'll see. That will be your
Okay.
decision to make, because we can only
Well,
knit
I'm
them.
very influenced by my knitting friends, as you can see. So okay, I've cast on. The people on YouTube are saying that they will be knitting Vaidava memory socks, Brooklyn memory socks, and other Vaidava memory socks. So Vaidava memory socks is probably the only memory sock that has a, oh no, it's not. I'm lying. I was going to say the only sock pattern with cables, but there's a little bit of cables in in the Barcelona memory
So
socks.
that is the only top down, like cuff down pattern.
No, Porto memory socks are cuff down.
Porto. Oh, okay. I haven't knitted them, so.
So we
Sorry.
have a little bit for everyone.
All right. I should know this. But I think
okay.
Vaidava memory socks is the second most popular one that people have chosen from what I've seen on Ravelry forum. It's quite popular as well.
Yeah, it's because color work isn't everyone's cup of tea, right? Is there anyone here who is knitting their first sock ever?
I sort of am. I did try a practice pair of socks last week just to get ready for this. So this is really my first legit pair.
Oh wow. Okay, we are really looking forward to seeing how this turns out.
Yes,
I have confidence.
Yeah, this is my first pair as well. I did a big chunky type sort of sock a couple of years back, but this is the first proper sock, and I've never it was this small.
And you're both knitting, no, sorry, one of you were knitting Barcelona and
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing the rhubarb
And
and
you're doing
custard ones.
oh, you are doing the rhubarb and custard ones. Okay. So I'm so happy that I had the chance to make uh, a long tutorial video on YouTube on the rhubarb and custard socks that
I know I haven't
I
had time
hope.
to watch it.
Sorry.
I know I haven't had time to watch it though. I should have.
No,
I kept
I
planning
don't
to.
think you can watch it in one sitting. You just need to sort of start doing it and then go to the respective chapter to if something isn't clear from the text, which might not be because it's full of all sorts of techniques. And I am not going to apologize about that because the reason why I like knitting socks is my playground with new techniques and it's my experimental what's the word? I can't find a word, which happens to me often.
Laboratory.
It's my lab. Yes, that's what I could call it. It's my lab. So, because it's such a tiny project in comparison to sweaters and other things, you get the reward quickly, and you can see everything is a lot more compact, and you can tell whether it is working or not very quickly. So yeah, that's why I love knitting socks for all the different techniques. But that does mean that sometimes they're not very beginner friendly and it can be a little bit stressful. But only if you're alone. If you're knitting in a group of people together with others who have gone through the steps already, then that's probably the best way to learn because there will be lots of people who can help you. Obviously, Leanna and I are always there to help. Shoot us an email with a specific question, but as we are addressing them in a consecutive order, and sometimes we get more emails, sometimes less. So if we're not right there and then answering, then this big forum of knitters. How many people entered the Socktober with rhubarb and custard, Leanna? Was
Oh,
it
I
like
did.
around 50?
Over 50.
50.
But
Okay, so
that's like only people who commented on Ravelry forum, and then I kind of grouped everyone, so just like for
yeah,
everyone. So it's kind of interesting to see who else is doing the pattern. But I would say probably more, like, because like also everyone who is commenting here, I don't know if they've been on Ravelry forum to kind of register that they joining us. I don't know if this group, everyone has done it. So yeah, I would say easy over like,
over 50.
yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect for learning this pattern. And then if you can do the rhubarb and custard socks, you can do any sock. That's kind of what I think about it. Right, so I need a stitch marker of certain kind.
So I came a little late. What's the trick in the rhubarb and custard socks? Because they're in my queue.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that I had a chance to make a long tutorial and upload on YouTube just in time for the Socktober because there have been over 50 people. And this is one of the trickiest sock patterns that I've designed because of the honeycomb brioche heel that isn't a very typical stitch pattern for heels, but what was my reasoning there? Yeah, it's my lab for experimenting.
Right, no, I did hear that. I just was wondering what the special thing in those socks was.
Oh, right. So they're worked from the toe up, and there's a color work. There is a sew gusset and then short row shaped heel and a heel flap that uses honeycomb brioche stitch.
Okay.
And finished with tubular bind off. So
lots of things.
Lots of things. But it looks quite cool.
many of those elements were why I got into the London one.
Right. The London one is absolutely an experiment. Is that what you're knitting today?
Well, I'm just starting.
Yes.
Just starting the
Okay.
color work.
Amazing. Yeah, the London one was it's a funny story. We went to a knit in public day in London, and there was quite a few of us. How many? 12, 14?
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, 12. And I think most people were kind of still shy to knit in public, even though it was knit in public day. So Leona and I were really actively, enthusiastically knitting in public until finally we got some people to also knit on the bus. And one of those ladies was knitting a tube that she said is going to be a sock. And she'll just add the heel later when there are less people around and she can focus. And I had heard that afterthought heel, that's what it's called. You just add it sort of after. That they don't fit that well. And it makes sense that they don't fit that well because you just basically add another toe to where the heel is. And I don't think there's enough room mathematically, physically. So I took a challenge to figure out an afterthought heel that would fit okay, and it's the Dutch heel that, in my opinion, fits the best. So adding an afterthought Dutch heel is what London memory socks are all about. It's definitely fiddly and it's fun to make, but I don't know if it's the most practical way of making socks.
I may never get the second one done.
I don't know. You might like it, just like you get through the first one, you're like, I'm going to cement this and make the other sock. Because the pattern is the color work is quite cool, engaging. It's intuitive, repetitive, and then yeah, soothing. But the heel is definitely if you like puzzles. I felt like I'm putting a puzzle together. Very engineering. Okay. I've talked so much. It's time for me to have a drink.
There's a question on YouTube. What pattern is the best for beginners? Do you want to? Okay, I can answer that because I would probably suggest to go for either Valmier memory socks, Brooklyn memory socks, or even Dublin memory socks, because there is not so much color work going on, and they are good to practice how to knit socks starting from the toe, and also like to understand what is going on in the construction. And when you get that, then you can give a go to some color work patterns. But the simplest ones are, yeah, the ones that feet has just one color, I would say. I don't know. It depends. Maybe for different people.
I think I agree, but if you're a really beginner in socks, then you must accept that you might need support for the first one, that it's not the super straightforward. Especially if you're a beginner knitter as well and maybe never done short rows, because these patterns, even though they're plain knitting, there's some increases, there's some short row shaping, and you need a closed cast on to start them from the toe up. So all of those are slightly more advanced techniques, but they're not rocket science. You just you need to accept that you'll have to learn a bunch of new techniques in one short period of time. But then once you've done that, you will have unlocked a new world, I suppose.
Yeah, but
you
know, and your patterns, they have videos. Like, you know, it's not like person is left on its own, you know. do and the stuff on their own, there are videos. You just click on the link and like for pretty much every new technique or something a little bit more, you know, that's not just plain knitting. There is help, and I think many beginners could do them with all the help you
it's
give.
a mindset. It's a mindset. You know that we have received some customer support emails saying, I've been knitting 40 years, but I couldn't figure this out. It's a complicated pattern. And it's true. If you've been knitting 40 years, but most of your life you've knit the same things, and maybe this is something totally new, toe up socks with a sole gusset and the heel flap, then yeah, it's going to be, it doesn't matter how long you've been knitting, it's a totally new construction to you, so there will be things to learn. But as Lena was saying, you're not alone, and please don't feel like you're alone. And hopefully this Socktober, and there's so many posts already in the Ravelry forum that will go on for the rest of the month, that someone will be there to help you get unstuck. So yeah, I hope you use the chance if this is your first sock or first sock pattern from the toe up.
This is my first sock toe up. I always do toe down.
Come down, right?
Yeah. So this is my first toe up. So.
And
yes.
how did you find the cast on?
What?
How did you find casting on? Was casting on okay?
Oh, I tried that before. So
yeah,
that was
okay.
Not, so yeah, that was not easy. But I've been knitting for over 20, 25 or 30 years. So and I love challenges. So this is good. Yeah.
Okay.
I love new stuff and how to do something different. So yeah.
Great. Lovely attitude for this. There's a question in Zoom. Where are the patterns, please? I'm new at this, have been knitting socks probably 30 years. So the patterns can be found on our Ravelry bundle.
I'll put the links in the chat.
Zoom. Okay, yeah, thank you.
And then there is a question on Instagram, if you want to answer that. The lady is asking, she's saying she's a bit late to the game. She's from the USA, and she's asking, why are we knitting socks? Like, can you just quickly give
I will go last. Who wants to answer that first? Because I've done 4 rounds and it's been 21 minutes. So someone else answer that. I'm sure there'll be great insights. No enthusiast wants to answer the question?
I don't hear a question.
Oh, the question was why do you knit socks? Why would anybody want to knit socks?
No,
I love socks.
I think the lady means like, why are we here? Like, why everyone is on the video knitting socks.
Oh, you can answer that then. And then we can ask, but then we can answer why we knit socks in general.
Okay. Why do we knit socks here? We knit socks here because today is 1st of October, and in knitting world, it's been called as October Socktober. So when we decided to create a bunch of activities for this month, and this is our way to start the sock party. So basically, yeah, we'll be here for now less than 4 hours, but like for another 3.5 hours, and we are all knitting socks, and we'll see how far we can get. And yeah, we'll be sitting here chatting, and yeah, anyone can join. You can find the link on our Facebook event or Ravelry forum, or
on the homepage as well. If you go to zaneteknits.com, the first
on the
link
website as well. So yeah, there is a chance to join, and if you want to, that's fine. Come over and say hello. And now you can all answer, why do you knit socks? And I'll be sending some links to the chat where you can get the patterns.
I think Svetlana tried to answer it first.
Yeah,
Why
sorry.
don't you continue?
No, I just love knit socks. And I also choose Barsa. Sock memory, it's 2 up. To start, I use this here flyers. I think it's much easier. And then when I finish shape 2, I change to double point needles. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I need to answer.
I will now what's the word? Not eat. I will catch up with Svetlana because she's further along. All right. Anyone else want to answer why they like knitting socks?
They're small, portable.
I think they are cozy to have on. I think that they I use them a lot in my house because I don't have any heat on the floor. So in the winter my floor is always a little bit cold. So that's why I knit socks. I have a lot on my over here too. So and my mom, she always loved my socks, so she takes them. So I have less.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
You're knitting socks for your mom. Amazing.
Yes. I've been knitting more socks for my mom than for myself. So yeah.
That's a lovely way to take care of your mom.
Yeah.
Carla, you have your hand up.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, I'm knitting Porto memory socks. I'm from Portugal. I'm on my lunch break. And I love to knit socks because they are so portable and we can knit everywhere because they are small. And it's a very good gift to give to my mother and to my doctor. This model will be really a memory sock from Oporto because my daughter start working as a doctor this year in Oporto.
Oh, congratulations to
Thank
you and
you.
her.
And
Amazing.
I really love to knit socks, and everybody in my family love the socks that I knit. Normally, I knit 2 at the time, at the same time, magic loop, but it's 2 colors. I'm not doing this time because I have to carry 4 balls of yarn and it's not very good. So I will knit 1 at a time. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much. And congratulations. Yeah. How many people are knitting colorwork socks 2 at the same time? I want to see those brave faces.
Not right now, but usually I do. I have a second sock syndrome, so I have to knit both at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, someone else is talking? Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I messed up.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I can't count.
I think I messed up.
I had to start over.
Oh, this is harder than I thought. I'm struggling to even finish the toe because I'm getting odd number of stitches now, which is not what I need. But Okay. Sometimes when it's just one stitch, I just pretend that the stitch exists there. Because at this rate, if I have to start again, I will not have finished the toe by the time we stop today.
Fudging is a technical term in knitting.
Fudging? Yeah.
Fudging, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Imagining stitches is another one. You need imagination sometimes. One of us, you places one of the group of, I won't point fingers, but one of the group of friends here, she places a lot of hope on felting as well. And of course, blocking is another tool that fixes a lot of things. Okay. Mistake averted. So, Svetlana, question. Why do you think it's easier to use those Knit Pro fly ones to start the sock than circulars?
I don't really like Magic Loop, but I use Magic Loop for plain stockinette sleeve island.
Yeah.
I prefer more than double point needle, because double point needle always touches all body of sweater, and I can't knit sleeves. But little start, when it's so small fabric in my hands, I prefer to use smaller needles like flyers, and it's more comfortable for me. I
want to
think
hear.
it's personal, yeah, how you feel. And I personally don't like cast-on starts, because it's always go more slow for me. I prefer when I've got already fabric in my hands, then I go fast.
Yeah, I can relate to that as well. I want to hear more from people who like Magic Loop versus DPNs, what they like. So there must be a camp for who knit socks on DPNs, and a camp for people who knit socks on Magic Loop. So those with Magic Loop preference, why do you prefer Magic Loop?
I used to be a dyed DPN knitter, nothing but double pointed, and then I made a pair of socks. I don't know if you know who Anna Mäkelä is. She's a Finnish designer. And she made a pair of socks that were nothing but color work. Every row was different, and I tried to make those with double pointed needles, and I kept getting lost. And I tried, like, okay, I'm going to try try Magic Loop, and I never went back to double pointed. It just
really,
I found that just less jogs, not losing the fifth needle. I knit a lot on airplanes, and you drop the needle and it's 20 rows behind, and so I haven't used my double pointed needles other than for maybe making some I-cords for years. So I have several sets of them, and I never use them anymore. So
oh wow, how interesting. Because I was the opposite. I was Magic Loop, and I found the circular needle. Like, who wants to bother with the DPNs that fall over the place and stab your palms and, as you say, get lost? And but somehow I found myself a lot of the times just sliding stitches along the cable and thinking, if it could just be already there. And I started thinking, there's so much time for me to have these thoughts. It must be that I spend a lot of time sliding the stitches on the cable. I could be just knitting all that time. And that somehow made me go back to DPNs, and I find it harder to knit with magic loop now because there's always that sliding step. But yeah,
I don't think that bothers me. It's just also I carry my knitting along a lot, and if you have all the needles all over the place. I live in a place where we have trains, and oftentimes, you sit behind the train, and so Magic Loops just seems to be more compact of a project.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just have found that it just works for me. So
that's true. That's true.
I found problem with Magic Loop when I knit sleeves and use Magic Loop technique. Then always lace on the needles much thinner than needles. And when you start first stitch, it's always tight. Next, last one. And afterwards, when you start to block, you can see some timeline on the sleeve when people use Magic Loop. Yeah, and if we use, like for sock, I prefer double point needle, especially if it's color box sock. Then my gauge, my tension, yeah, more even than with Magic Loop.
Yeah, I also find sometimes that the Magic Loop can cause a ladder, but I think the best way to, well, this will be for those who care, my 5 cents is to do a traveling Magic Loop. So you don't knit all the way to where the loop is, but just like a couple stitches before, and then you pretend that that's where the loop is. So you never get that line anymore. But you're right, yeah.
And also
I do the same.
If you tighten the second stitch on the needle as much as the first stitch on the Magic Loop, then that eliminates some of the laddering. That doesn't make any sense, but there's a lot of things in knitting that don't make sense. So
like what?
Helical stripes don't make sense. But again, if you tighten the second stitch on your Magic Loop needle, that eliminates some of the laddering, somehow pulls the first one tighter, and then you won't get that. I work for a local yarn shop, and we teach a lot of Magic Loop, so we've had all the problems. So
yeah, that's an interesting tip. I would have never thought of that because you said you're right. It doesn't really make sense. But if it works, it works. Don't question it.
Yeah, don't question it.
I've found when I almost always do Magic Loop because I've never learned how to use DPNs. I thought of doing that for these socks. I'm doing the rhubarb, but I decided I'm learning enough new. I couldn't challenge my hands to do that too. But when you turn and you take your first stitch, if you make sure that you're holding your cable and your new needle real close to each other, so you don't make a jump stitch on the first one, it helps. Plus, what the other lady was saying about pull it a little tighter on that second stitch, it'll tighten up the first one too. And I usually do 2 at a time, but not with color work, and I'm not used to doing color work, so this is very slow for me.
Oh boy, that you're doing rhubarb and custard color work.
Yes,
that's a great pattern to do as color work because the floats are so short and it's so pretty. I just finished another one of them. I was really a joy to work. Some patterns are just So nice.
Well, and the tutorial made it so much easier. I've watched it a couple times already, and then
Oh, thank you.
I'll go back and watch more as I get there.
Yeah, it's funny. It takes a little while to prepare these tutorials, but I think it's probably kind of no-brainer to have them instead of just writing out all the instructions in the pattern, because we are so used to now having YouTube and Instagram and Facebook that the knitting world needs to go along with it. And yeah, I think a knitting pattern should just be a video. Leona, have you been reading comments on YouTube? I just noticed that there's loads in case there's some questions.
There are comments, yeah, but no questions. Someone just asked, does anyone turn their sock inside out when dealing with floats?
Oh, good question. I want to know the answer to that as well.
Somebody just showed me that the other day, and I thought I might try it with this one. So,
but how does it work? Like you knit sort of on the wrong side of it?
Yeah, you knit on the inside.
Yeah.
So then you also knit on the top needle instead of the bottom needle if you're doing magic loop. But yeah, I haven't tried it, but I just watched her do it the other day. So I may try it. I'm making the freshness sock, so there's enough color work that because it's all over color work, I might try that so that they don't become so tight.
So, I wanted to know the people who cast on when we started this, who's finished the toe?
Me.
Okay, damn it. When you went.
I cast on Sunday because I am so slow. So I finished the toe and I'm about five rows into the pattern.
Three more rows.
3 more rows. Okay.
Yeah.
This is not a competition. Just so we're clear. Not a competition. I'm just comparing myself to the world for some weird reason. Not that it helps anybody's mental state, but it's just our nature, I suppose.
Did you finish it though?
No. I've been talking too much. I love very polite people raising hands. Carla, you don't have to, but go on.
Okay. I'm a Portuguese knitter, not continental. And in color work, we work by the wrong side of the sock. And there is a thing that we do when we want to change to the right side, that we pass a stitch, like we made a German short row, and you do the heel on the right side, then you go back and continue with the wrong side with colors.
That is so fascinating to know,
Yes.
because the pattern is obviously written for a continental or an English right-handed knitter. Yeah.
Yes.
And so
we
what
do,
the heck
we do same we do many times that trick.
Yeah, you become very good at short rows, don't you? What do left-handed Portuguese style knitters do with English patterns? That must be.
It's the same. I prefer knitting instead of purling. Not most of the Portuguese prefer purling, but no, I prefer knit.
And is Portuguese style knitting just in Portugal, or where else in the world is it?
Many Greece and many countries, so many countries, but we work
I have a lot of
with
clients
pin
who
or on our neck. We do like this. When we have no pin, we do like this. But in Brazil also, and you don't do so much pressure on your hands. It's better for your hands.
Maybe I should explore that. My wrist has been acting up. Yeah. When I first saw someone knit English style, I thought, what are they doing? What is that called? What's with the mixing of the yarn? I was quite young and my mind was blown. And then later on, like really recently in comparison, I discovered Portuguese knitting and my mind was even more blown. And then I saw the Shetland lace knitting belt. It's like, gee, there's just so many ways to make loops on a stick that you can't. Yeah, it's fascinating. But we kind of don't always support all styles of knitting and the patterns, which is we'd have to learn all of them. Oh gosh. And I've tried to learn English style, but it just makes me feel like a 7-year-old girl again who wants to throw her knitting against the wall. And yeah.
I can't do it either.
You can't do English style? No. Well, I'm sure there's English style people who've tried to do continental and can't get that to work. It's just a really
I'm an English style knitter who had to take a class in continental to do color work, but I can't purl in continental.
Yeah, that's the hard. I teach a lot of knitting classes, and I teach people continental, and the purling is tough.
I'd have to take another class just how to purl.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I'm doing a purling class in a couple of weeks.
Wow. A purling class.
And I even
fantastic.
took a purling class. I took a purling class, but it didn't take.
Sometimes it takes a little while.
So at least it helps with the color work to be able to have two different styles of knitting with two different colors of yarn.
Yeah. It's great that we have so many patterns now that are just in the round. So you don't have to worry about purling color work, isn't it?
Exactly.
But yeah, I can knit English style, but I have not figured out how to purl English style. I just don't get it. It's like what am I supposed to do? My yarn is there. What do I do now?
I can only knit English. There's no way I can do continental. My fingers just get tied up.
Yeah, we're all different, aren't we?
But well, it depends on what you learned. I mean, I started knitting when I was 4 or 5 and continental. And then, I discovered English when I was 40 something. So, it's a hard age to start learning something very different when you've done it one way all your life.
Uh, 28. Sorry, I was trying to count. Okay. I'm still not done with the toe. This is the longest toe in the history of my toes. But it's been fun.
So does anybody knit 2 at a time in a way that you knit a toe, then you knit a toe, then you knit the foot, then you knit the foot, then you knit the...
Yep. DPNs come in handy for that.
Yeah.
Love you.
But not on color work, thank you.
No, I always buy 2 sets of magic loop needles because if I don't do that, the second sock doesn't happen.
So how do you wind your yarn? Do you wind like two
Half.
separate?
Yeah, I divide it in half.
And then you have two little leftovers.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't know. It's
Yeah, two little balls.
Yeah.
All
I always say knitting and yarn stash are totally unrelated. They sometimes intersect, but collecting yarn is a different hobby than knitting. So yeah. How do you choose yarn for your socks? Who looks at the aesthetic touch versus durability and practicality? Or anyone have any views about yarn choices for socks?
Well, I usually I look for that there is a little bit of like synthetic in socks because in my family we don't wear socks like just in bed or in the house. We wear them like in our shoes and boots in the winter. So I want them to last because, I want to make another pair like in a few weeks. And
you actually do, don't lie.
and I kind of prefer now to make sweaters. Like I'm like I used to like knitting socks a lot, and but now I'm a bit I don't want to fiddle with some little thing. Like I rather make a new jumper. But yeah, I like for my personal thing, like I like superwash merino sort of feel yarn for socks for myself. But my partner, he likes just normal wool with the synthetic. I don't know why, but yeah, that's what he has said. Like because I have made with like different types for him, and then if I knit socks for him, then that's what I choose for him. Like now as well, I have just 75% wool with 25% nylon in them, and they are not super wash. And
does he like the rustic tickle?
No, I think it could be more with the wearing them in boots. They're not maybe so slippy because he has mentioned that I knitted him a pair of superwash merino socks, and he says they felt like slipping a little bit because they're kind of silky a little bit like. And he said if I make him socks again, if I can make with just like the a little bit like woolly sort of yarn.
I'm with your husband on that one. I like non-superwash sock yarn, although most of the sock yarn that we get tends to be superwash. But they will felt a little bit, but I found that they don't felt enough, especially if you are kind of careful on how you wash them. They don't felt enough that they shrink, but they felt enough that they become more durable and actually warmer. I find that non-superwash socks are warmer. So I try to find non-superwash yarn if I can, but color usually becomes but I like that color, so I will get that regardless of the fact that it's superwash. So.
Yeah. And do you make sure that there's some synthetic in there to add extra, or
no,
the felting is allowed?
No, so if I will put some heel reinforcement if it looks like it's something that may, wear. But again, if it felts a little bit, that heel even becomes more durable. So, so those socks I may make just a tad bigger than I usually do, just so that, I have the room for the felting. So. you just don't want to make something that has intricate lace or whatever, because all of that gets lost in felting. So. Yeah, I've just they tend to become my favorite socks because they're really, really warm. And soft. So
and colorwork socks are a bit warmer because you actually get two layers that form the final fabric. But the colorwork sock has another issue, is that because it's not as stretchy, sometimes people who, especially at the start of their colorwork journey, make colorwork socks and finish them, and they can't get their feet through because it's just not stretchy enough. I don't know why Zoom does that now. I saw my thumbs up and well, why not? It's Socktober.
Yeah. I'm finishing a toe.
Oh, yay!
And I looked your video yesterday, and I'm going to buy this.
It's not as stretchy. Okay. Is this your first time?
The first time I use this, normally I'm magic loop.
Okay.
But I don't like to knit socks. And I think with this it's better for me.
We'll see if you're a convert or not. I mean, I'm so happy I inspired you to try. You can let us know how it feels. Congratulations on completing the toe. I am not far behind. I actually don't know where I am, so let me count.
Okay, 16 each needle.
I want to add a bit of like also about felting. I don't know if that really classes as felting, but what I like to do sometimes when I knit socks for myself, when I do just plain vanilla socks, and then I don't bother with any sort of like color work or anything. But when I take fingering weight yarn, I like to add a strand of mohair. And I like what happens inside the sock, because mohair sort of felts and creates like a little bubbles, or I don't know what to call them, but I really like the feel inside the sock, because I think it just gives the extra comfort, and just it's just lovely. And on cold days I usually take my socks, and I don't pull those bits out. I wash my socks and I leave them in there, and they kind of grow in. It's like becoming like fuzzier inside, and on really like cold days those are the socks I usually choose, because I really like the feel. Do you guys add some mohair to your socks, like also sometimes for a reason to speed up the process, because then it's slightly thicker? And
I've done mohair in heels a lot, just bits of mohair in the heels, also for just so that they wear better. And again, I think mohair does felt well when you're walking on it, and like I said, so. And I've done, mohair and wool together also, which is lovely. They are really nice.
Very personal question. When you wear woolen socks, do you usually wear them over like normal, whatever, cotton socks, or bare feet in it?
bare feet only. Yeah.
Depends.
Because for me, woolen socks have always been like, you put this on as an extra layer when it's very cold. So yeah, I always think that they're like this protective cover to your feet before you put them in a boot.
No, but I find that like my feet actually feels warmer if I put on like only woolen socks without any like cotton socks underneath. I feel more like more warmth.
But then if it's some itchy yarn, how does it feel?
No, I don't know. I can wear anything. There is nothing like too itchy for me. Like I can wear jumpers on bare skin and socks. It's like nothing at all.
Oh,
I'm from Latvia.
look at
Yeah.
her. Okay, I think I finished the toe. And I am going to start color work. And this time I'm trying out metal DPNs.
And for what reason?
For the first time I'm trying metal DPNs because I went to a festival last weekend and I only had one pair of sock needles with me and they're wooden, and one of them started feeling a little wonky and I thought I'll break them, and I found one needle vendor and I couldn't find my favorite wooden sock needles, so I said, oh, what the heck, let's try metal DPNs. And then I continued the wooden needles. Even the wonky one didn't break on my 7-hour journey. But then I had to knit a twisted rib. And you have to have like a sharp needle or a lot of confidence for a twisted rib. So it's like, okay, now it's a good time to try my metal DPNs. It's a lot less stressful to knit twisted rib on metal needles than it is on wooden needles at this gauge. And so I liked the feeling of the metal DPNs. But I don't know how I'll feel when I get to the heel flap, because that one you need to knit back and forth. And I don't know how about you, but when I purl the heel, the DPNs start poking my palms a lot. It just like, so I think I might be swapping back to wooden ones because I'd rather be poked with a wooden needle than a metal needle. So yeah, that's the very interesting story of my metal needle journey.
There is a question, what kind of yarn is good for color work?
Any takers? Depends on where you are in your color work journey. If this is your first project, you probably want it to look somewhat presentable. So I would choose a forgiving yarn, and things that are slippery or silky or slinky are not forgiving. Every imperfection in your tension will show through as messy work. But if you choose woolly, fluffy woolen yarn, then knitting it will just melt the stitches together and it will look nice and smooth. So I would recommend choosing real wool for the first few color work projects, and mindfully pay attention to keeping the floats loose and not too tight. And then when you're comfortable with that, then venture out into other types of wool. I found that when I was first starting color work, if I worked with single ply yarns with some inconsistent, when it's single ply, the yarn isn't as consistent. In some places it's a bit thicker, in some places a bit thinner. So that also affected how it looked, and I wasn't too happy with that. So maybe steer away from single ply and try more rounder yarns like 4-ply What else? I think adding mohair to any yarn is super forgiving because there's so much halo around, you can't really see what's happening. That could be another effect that you can try. Does that answer the question? I wonder. Anybody else got any tips? There's loads of knitters from all around the world. There must be some smarts that I haven't discovered, and I'd love to hear.
We usually recommend grippy yarn, and I think you mentioned that in woolen yarns, because they don't, slide when you're doing your first thing, but also yarn that has good stitch definition. Otherwise, your color work gets lost. And then not variegated.
Right. Yeah, color combination is important. You want rather high contrast. You don't want it to appear faded or get lost because there's not enough contrast. So can't say pick black and white, but closer to black and white than 2 shades of gray. Okay, so I have a critical moment in my pattern where I have to pay a little bit of attention, but maybe it's a good time, Leon, if you're not too busy, to chat a little bit about the Socktober in general and what's happening, if you don't mind, or maybe there are more questions that people want to know answers to.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, I can answer, but I'll tell you what is going on for those who don't know. So today, basically, we are here. We'll be knitting for a while, and then after it's not over, we will be all moving on to Ravelry forum where we can chat for the whole month and share our progress and finished projects, and if we moving on to another pair, and just to be in community and chat all things about socks. And as I mentioned earlier as well, if some of you joined later, another thing that we'll have this month is there will be a new test call for a pattern that Zanete is creating right now, and that will be an activity, but it won't be you can't participate in a cal with a test knit, unfortunately. Then later on in the month we are going on a trip where Zanete will create another sock pattern. And yeah, and also for this knit along, we have prepared some prizes, and there will be a prize draw on 1st of November. If you finish your socks and you share the picture on Ravelry forum, then we'll take a note, and everyone who shows their finished project will be entering the prize draw. We have some nice prizes. We have, I can tell you, we have some Zanete's patterns that people can win. Then we will have some gift sets, which will be a yarn and knitting needles from shop Wrap and Wool. There will be two balls of wool and double pointed needles. If you're interested, you can actually see the photo of those prizes on the Ravelry forum, all the colors and everything. Then also there will be some knitted magazines like this. I can show you. The magazine has 10 knitting patterns inside. There are I don't want to lie, but few of the patterns in this magazine are designed by Zanete herself, because this was one interesting project that girls came up with, and they were publishing a magazine. There was 3 issues. Basically, yeah, this was the only one in English, and yeah, we like to gift some of the issues to our CAL participants. So, and there is also in this magazine, one of the patterns is actually also a sock pattern. If I can find it, really nice nice socks, long, like that, with like super nice lace pattern. Quite dark, but if you can get the idea. So yeah, there will be some, I think 3 lucky winners who will get the magazine. And then also there are 3 knitting diaries, knitting planners, I don't know what you want to call it, but very nice sort of notebook where you can make notes, and which is packed with also with some interesting like charts and stuff, and color inspirations, and at the back of the book there are some like very like handy charts, like for sizes for hats and mittens and socks, and there's also about information about different yarn weights and stuff. So really nice book. This was a project for created one of our friends, Anette, who is here, and so yeah, this is really handy. Also, you can see there are 3 options of the cover. You can see the photos on Ravelry forum if you want to see what you are, you know, entering to, and really nice nice gift. And then also we have a hand spun skein of yarn, which is done by Zanete. She made it herself. Really beautiful skein. Also, you can have a look at the picture on Ravelry forum. And what else? In total, there will be 15 prizes. So basically 15 lucky winners. And yeah, and the end, there's not another prize you can win, but a lot of knowledge, and maybe even make friends, and you know, have people around, and yeah, so that's that. If you have any questions, we are always here to, you know, to answer them. You can just send us an email or ask on forum, or you know, feel free to contact us.
I am really curious for the people who joined this Zoom call to know how they found out about it. Was it the newsletter? Was it Instagram? Was it YouTube? I'm very curious to hear. Because we honestly thought it's just going to be 4 of us. But it looks like Instagram, okay.
I've been looking at some of your patterns, and then as on Facebook, and then the post came up that way. So I think it was the interaction with your patterns first, and then got into the whole knit along thing.
Oh, excellent. Okay. There's a newsletter and Instagram. Oh my goodness.
Instagram and Slack.
Yes, okay. I have to now interrupt this, but I've just noticed that one of the participants here Their name is FBI Surveillance Vehicle 17. That is so scary. What is that about? Are we under surveillance? Okay, you are not, you are shaking your head, which means we're not under surveillance. But that was exciting for a moment. FBI are paying attention to sock knitting. It's my dream.
No, that's just you know how when you're driving down the highway people can see your phone?
Yeah.
It's just a stupid name to try to scare people into maybe thinking they should drive slower to the speed limit, that's all.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That is genius. That's a genius trick.
But actually my name is Shauna. I should figure out how to change that for Zoom so that it doesn't show that.
Oh my gosh.
So silly.
No, it's really a lot of fun. That's so I will remember this forever. The one time I thought FBI has joined my knit along.
Well, the funny thing is that I actually live in Canada and we don't have the FBI here, but
yeah,
I think a lot of Canadians don't know what our equivalent agency is called, which is CSIS, but it might not be as effective.
Wow, that's true. Yeah, FBI is so prominent.
Yes, a lot of TV shows where they're featured, yeah.
So is it time to show everybody how far we are with our socks? Because it's been 1 hour and 15 minutes officially. I have just started the color work. So here we go. Can't really see.
I'm nowhere. I'll soon be done with the toe.
Okay, big toe. Big toes,
No,
little
size
toes.
3.
Well done. Let's see.
I make mistake as well.
That's okay.
I forgot to add pattern, and I knitted few rounds in plain stockinette.
Oh, beautiful.
But I don't think it will be visible when it's finished.
That's
you
okay.
You didn't rip it apart. What's that?
No.
It's the first time I knit with this, and I think I have a lot of stick in my hand.
Yes. It's like chopsticks, but for knitters. I saw.
For the moment, I'm not sure if I like it.
It's okay. It's a new thing. You gotta get used to it. You gotta figure out what you do with your pinky and your ring finger, and all the fingers have a purpose when you work with DPNs. I saw Dion is making 2 at a time. So yeah, she's doing.
I put
2
the blue
toes.
in my left hand and the white in my right hand.
I just finished my toes. I'm knitting from one yarn.
Oh, wow.
And I never returned to 5 needles after once to try this magic loop. Yes, and I'm knitting Barca Memories.
As well, okay. So,
and yarn is interesting. This is
Susu?
Rico.
Rico, okay.
Yes.
Is there sock yarn or some other yarn?
This is sock yarn, yes. Yes. Virgin wool 75 and 25 polyamide.
Just gonna be a good sock. But this is you've knit Barca Memory socks before, I know that.
Yes, 2 times.
This is the wow. So you must know it by heart now.
Oh, not, no. I have to look times and times on a pattern. Hopefully, Lena sent me this morning the pattern. So thank you, Lena.
No problem. Someone on Instagram is asking a question to Janet. Where are you located?
I am in FBI headquarters. No, I am currently I am just outside of London, not far from Gatwick Airport. And it's 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I'm having the time of my life. So in my happy place is the short answer.
Is that where you're from, or
no, I'm originally from Latvia. I was born there the early 80s when it was still Soviet Union. And yeah, knitting was just something that people did because like pickling stuff and keeping a tidy house, it was a life skill that was passed down. And I watched my mom and my grandma knit and sew clothes. And then I moved here, and I learned that it was special to have knitting as a subject at school, that not everybody had that. And I also learned that a lot of people need knitting patterns to knit something. That was a interesting discovery, because it's not the same anymore, because with globalization and the collapse of Soviet Union, a lot of things changed. But when I was younger, you would really call yourself a knitter if you could construct the whole garment yourself. Just make a little swatch and go and calculate everything and make a piece based on that. No pattern necessary. Of course, you could have some stitch libraries of some lace patterns or some difficult cabling, but that's just like an element that you incorporated. But a knitter you could just go to a knitter and say, show a photo and say, make me this, and they would know how to do it. So yeah, that's a very long answer to where I'm from. But hopefully it's related to our setting.
Yeah.
And today here, this idea we had with 4 friends of ours, myself, Lien, Annette, and Indra here as well, who we're all Latvian. Annette and Indra still live there. Lien and myself, we've run away in search for a better life. But we all met through knitting. We 5 years ago, we didn't know each other, and then knitting was the thing that brought us together. So it's a very special hobby that you make friends for life.
Finally, I can talk. I finished though. I super slow. Yeah, my friends know me that usually they already done a lot of. I just like start. So happy to be here to see so much people here. So, and Lena talked before about these prizes. So I can say that I'm the owner of the wrap and wool. So I will give you the prizes for who will get them. And I have some examples here, so I will show you. So I have, I have this needles. So who don't like, who like the magic loop, so you need to try this ones. So maybe you will start to love with knitting with 5 needles, because I'm hate this magic loop. I tried a couple of times and I don't like, so I'm like this knitter with 5 needles. So, and I will show you. So the this picture. So this is the one color. It's like maybe you cannot see correctly, but this is super like nice, like this. Liana, correct me if I don't say the correct sage.
Yes, sage is correct.
Oh, okay. So this is one the color. The other one is just pink. Light pink looks really nice too. And the third color is like navy blue. Oh yeah, this is the sock yarn. So yeah, this is from me. But you will get later. Yeah.
So
All you
what
gotta
socks are
do.
you making? Sorry, what socks are you making yourself now?
This is a good question because before I wanted to do this Brooklyn socks, but I didn't knit like last 3 months almost. So we are laughing before this Zoom that I don't know how to even cast on. So, but I know. So I actually choose finally this Dublin memory socks. I love them. I already done like 3 pairs of them, and I really love. So yeah, today again, this will be some Christmas present for my friend. So good to start some Christmas present now.
You're starting early. Thank you so much for your lovely gifts. I am confident that whoever wins will be very, very pleased to get some very luxurious sock yarn. It's got silk in it, right?
Yes, you are right.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. I think I messed up again. But
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah, and I'm one of that lucky girl who will go next week
To France.
France, yeah. Get new memories.
Okay. So what are you knitting, Zanete?
I am creating a new design right now that I designed over the weekend. So now I'm knitting the sample for it. And it's gotta be perfect. So I don't know why I decided to do it in a situation where I don't have a lot of focus opportunities, but so far it's going well. I think it's going pretty good. We'll see. I hope that in like an hour I can show you the pattern and see what you all think. I've picked the colors that I had intended for these to be lace socks. And I couldn't choose whether I wanted them to be in this color or this color. So I picked up both yarns at the Vogue Knitting Live. And when I tried the lace pattern that I had in mind, it didn't quite look right in either color. So in the end, accidentally, but really luckily, I put these together in a color work pattern, and I really love how it's turning out. So can't wait to share this with more people to see your honest thoughts.
Can't wait.
And you said you're knitting the freshness socks. Did you use yarns from your yarn stash or a mini skein set?
No, actually, like I said, I work for a local yarn store, and we've been carrying a lot of self-striping yarn. So I'm using a self-striping yarn for the, I guess, the contrast color. So anyway, so it changes color at intervals, so then I don't have to do work in any ends.
Right. Yeah.
So
That's actually really
first
so.
toe. I'll start my other one.
Okay, and you're gonna start color work after you finish the other toe?
Yeah.
What shades are in your self-striping yarn? Oh, cool. And your contrast color, your main color is darker?
No, it's actually going to be white.
Okay,
So
white.
I'm hoping it actually does show up, but I think it will. It's going to be very pastel-y, which I'm okay with. So
yeah, it's going to be mild.
Very mild.
That's always so intriguing to do, isn't it? To work with color changing or self gradient yarns in color work.
Yeah.
You don't know
what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just so much more motivating to continue knitting because you're like, I just want to see where that next color is going to pop up and how that'll look.
I used the same brand of yarn in a sweater that I did that had stripes every 8 rows. And it was really fun because the color changes were short. Obviously, because it was meant for socks. So every single stripe was a different color. So it was really cool.
Wow. Anyone else using color changing yarns as contrast color? Yes, Lorna, you are? Oh, yeah, because you're making rhubarb and custard.
Yeah.
It's going to be beautiful.
I hope so.
What's your other color?
Oh, that's a light gray. I hope it will work because there's a little bit gray in this one too.
Yeah. It will look really good.
So I hope this will work. But I start over again. I had 24 stitches on the one needle and only 20 on the other one. So that happens.
Yeah, it happens when you're talking to how many people are we here? Gosh, I can't even tell. 23. So 23 people around you.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to 20 stitches, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
Janet, I think you know that I always lose some stitch, so it's regular with me.
It's okay. It's only knitting.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. It's never a life or death. I love that. I used to work as a programmer, an engineer, and at the start of my career, I was in a team that was building payment integrations. So we did a lot of helping make platforms that let people shop online. And it's to do with taking people's monies and make sure the transactions are always, happening smoothly, and that if we've told someone we've taken their money, we actually have, or if we haven't taken the money, etc. Blah blah. So that was probably some of the most stressful time in my life. And from then on, I thought I really want a career where I don't have such an upsetting, like such high stakes decisions every day and encounters. And I think I have found that in knitting, because all you can do is just make some loops on a stick and be happy.
Yeah. I just come back from Riga. I was there for 4 days. Yeah. So I went to the local yarn shop and I bought middle knitters a box and hand dyed yarn. So, but it was 4 wonderful days. Yeah.
Oh, was it a special knitting retreat, or did you just go on a trip?
We were the whole family were on a trip. My was it my husband's mom? My English is not so good, but she had birthday. She was getting 80.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we celebrate her for 4 days. So, yeah.
Does she live in Riga, or she traveled
No.
Riga?
She's living here in Denmark. So we all traveled to Riga.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes, 12 people.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
To travel at that age, very admirable.
Yeah. So I will go back there one day. It was really a nice city to visit. A lot of history. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to count.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm passing my stitches. I have to count.
Whenever my husband talks and I'm counting, I'm like 5, 6, and he knows that he's got to turn around and walk away.
Yeah. No more mistakes.
There's someone else called Liana who just joined. Hi. I was reading it on Zoom and thinking, what do you mean you just joined? You've been here since the start. I'm clearly not seeing right anymore. There are some comments on YouTube that we can read out, I suppose. Joanne saying she uses 2 16-inch circular needles that is easier to avoid lettering and doesn't have to play as much with the cords back and forth. And she doesn't like Magic Loop or DPN in comparison. Yeah, that's almost like working on the flyers, but just a little longer cables. Can be interesting. A few more people have finished toes. And Knitter's Vision saying that in some of your patterns you are including two options for chart on the light background and dark background. And they're saying they love this option. Sometimes it's difficult to convert the chart colors.
I know.
Yes, it's very
Because
difficult.
You didn't have this on your dynamism socks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I messed it up. And I started doing it like the other way. And yeah.
My friend who wanted to be on this call, but she couldn't make it. She's doing the Dinosaur socks and she had the same problem. So she finally changed her colors on her socks around.
Oh,
to be
I should really republish this.
figure that
But
out.
yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. We also learn with everything we publish, something new comes up. By the time I release my thousandth pattern, I'll be perfect. But there's a while to go. Yarn and Needles Knits is saying, hi, nice people. Are we just hiding behind our knitting and pretending to be nice?
Okay.
So, Christine, are you getting along with your DPNs
I
now?
knit, and I forgot to change the
color.
To change the line. I forgot.
Oh, introduction to sequence knitting, right there.
Yeah.
Right. So some people who have knitted only cuff down and now starting to knit the toe up for the first time.
Yes.
Do you have any what's the word? Impressions of how it's going?
Oh, as you know, I started over again, and your make one right is different between what I do, but I think, oh, I learned something new. So yeah.
All right. Oh, you hadn't done lifted increase before.
Yes, I have, but not in that way you are doing it. So
oh, okay.
Yeah, yes, I have done it a lot, but not like this. So I always do it in the change between the two stitches,
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you are taking the stitch one row below.
yeah,
So yeah. So
yeah. I like the lifted increase, the one that you use the stitch from a row below. It's
yeah,
very
yeah. So I'm trying that
it's
now.
I like that technique because it's very easy to make it symmetrical on both sides and on
Yeah.
right side and wrong side. You can always get the right. The other method for what you described, the between two stitches, unless you got really super good memory, it takes me a little while to figure out how I need to pick up the strand to make it left or right leaning. So it's a bit of a mind bend.
Yeah.
But this one's cool.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we're almost to 2 hours in. Well, not yet, and I have done 4 rows of color work. I hope I have. Hope I can change gears and knit a bit faster because I am absolutely loving how this pattern is turning out. But that's because I'm using a lot of imagination as well. It's not all still manifesting enough to show. Is anyone here not knitting a sock? No. Okay. Amazing. Because I was thinking if I mess up.
I should take the diamond growth testing on my needles, but well.
Oh, right. Yes, it's okay. Today's all about socks. You
can have an extra day for test knitting. You can extend the deadline.
I will do it. I will do it, just socks are also good.
I'm also crocheting socks, so yeah, that's a different thing.
How do you find those? Like the fabric, like are they coming out like nice and flexible like knitted socks or
It depends on the pattern.
Mm.
The pattern has to have enough room and space at the heel flap, so so they can be flexible. So I made 3 or 4 of them, and I'm making those too. They look like this. Whoa. So I need to make the
cuff.
The cuff, yes. So yeah. So they're used they're crocheted. So yeah.
I am fascinated by the crochet patterns that look like knitting, that you couldn't really tell that they're crochet unless you.
Yes. They have a stitch here look like knitting.
Yeah, it looks like garter stitch.
Yeah.
Looks like a garter sock.
Yeah.
But because I don't really crochet much apart from making some bubbles.
Yeah.
I wonder, it's such a flexible technique. You can make holes, you can do all sorts of things.
Yeah, you can do all kind of things. Just
But
like knitting.
why are they coming up with stitch patterns that look like knitting? Is it because they like knitting better?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. That's a good question.
Because I saw this, I recently released a pattern that looks more like it's crocheted than knit, and I was feeling really smug about myself for figuring out that you can make knitting look like crochet, but it's much harder to do that way around than make crochet look like knitting.
Yeah. I made a cardigan for my mom 2 years ago, and everybody is asking if it's knit, and no, it's not. It's crochet. So yeah. And I don't think that the stitches look like knit stitches. So I don't know why. Yeah.
Oh, it's very hard for people to tell the difference. Yeah. Even in like some online shops, you'll see like clearly this is a knitted t-shirt, and they say crochet top, or the other way around, and I'm just like, oh, guys.
Yeah.
Misinformation.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, for the untrained eye.
Yeah.
And then you sit on the train and you knit, and someone sits opposite to you saying, oh, my mom used to crochet.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to have my needles on the plane, so I took the crochet hook. It was much easier, so that's why I was making socks right now.
Oh yeah.
I have tried twice that they have taken my needles out, and then
oh, so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And you know that you're gonna have a long flight.
Yeah.
And you just so I always take my wooded needles. And
I have tried both my those and also my wooded needles. So and my wooded needles are expensive, so that was my heart
I hope you kicked up a fuss, because that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Why would they take out wooden needles? They wouldn't let people have pencils then.
I don't know. I was going to the Philippines, so that was a very, very long trip without needles. So
yeah.
They don't do that in the US. I usually have 2 or 3 projects with metal needles, and I've yet to have them take them.
Really?
On the flight to Singapore, I was also not allowed to take my wooden needles with.
Oh,
really?
They don't like it, obviously.
Yeah.
In Latvia, I crossed the border with 20-centimeter metal knitting needles, and the guy said, I don't care. It's a good.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Really depends.
That's true.
Well, obviously they think you're so skilled, you could do some damage with a wooden needle.
Yeah.
Take that as a compliment. Wow, amazing. But I was standing in the queue to board a plane, and I was knitting because we had like a long delay and everybody was already in the queue. So I started knitting, and I saw 2 girls behind me. Like, I didn't think you were allowed to take needles on the plane.
Yeah.
And obviously I couldn't tell them, hey, they're wooden, because that would have meant that I was listening to their conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah.
One of these days I will lose all my needles, I know, but so far I haven't.
What you said you fly a lot. Where do you fly around the States? Is it for work, for family, or just to have peace and knitting?
I live in Colorado, but my daughter lives in Arizona, so we fly back and forth quite a bit. So
okay.
Yeah, US airlines don't seem to care too much.
No. But apparently from Mexico, if you fly you can fly into Mexico with needles, but not out of Mexico, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Heathrow used to be a problem, and the last time I flew in and out of there, I looked on their website, and they specifically said knitting needles were okay.
That's good to know.
That was really surprising, because I'd always been told don't bring them through out of Heathrow.
I always
Would
take
plastic
mine
needles
on.
be a good compromise to be like guaranteed they don't take your nice metal ones?
Well, I actually
don't know if there
out
is.
the information.
I'm
I don't
flying
know
in a
if there
couple of
is a
weeks, and I was
rule.
like, do I risk taking my nice needles or do I not risk it? And I was like, I don't want to not be able to do anything while on the
I
plane.
tend to put mine on some stitch savers and then put my good needles in my case and have just a cheap pair with me. So if the knitting gets through and the needles get through, I can just transfer them back onto my temporary needles. And then when I'm where I'm going, put them back on my better ones. But if I've always managed to get through with them on the stitch savers and the needles separate.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good idea.
Or quickly put some thread through them.
I went to a concert in the Albert Hall in London, and they did a bag search, and the guy took out my project bag and said, "What's this?" I'm like, "It's knitting." He's like, "No, you can't take that in there." And I said, "So what do I do? What the heck am I gonna do in the concert?" Like, "No, you're gonna listen." And so I had to leave that in the cloakroom, and I was escorted by 2 security guards to the cloakroom to put my project bag away. 'Cause it's so dangerous, obviously.
Easy.
Yeah. But then at the same time in the concert, they were serving like drinks at the bar in glass bottles, in real glasses, and I don't know. I don't understand all this conspiracy against knitters.
Well, maybe they thought that if the concert will not be to your liking, then you will be stuck people around with your needles, full of
I thought
folly
it's
and
more I thought it's more because if some of the performers notice that I'm knitting during their performance, they might lose confidence and, throw the whole show. It's probably that. Right. So, wow. Okay. We're approaching the 2-hour mark. And normally, I probably would already be at the gusset. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
But
that's quick if you're there.
I'm yet to finish one repeat of my color work pattern. It's nuts. Knitting is a slow hobby.
You need lots of patience.
Right, so that's what the colors look like together.
Oh.
Of the newest design. Vogue Knitting Live Memory Socks. Trying to be fashionable like Vogue.
How was it?
How was it?
Somebody say patience.
Sorry. How was
I'm right
patience?
here.
Right, patience. Oh, patience.
Oh.
Your name is Patience. We were just talking about patience in knitting. Was your question how was Vogue Knitting Live?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I loved it. It was so much knitting and yarn in one place. It was like a bubble. Like for about 4 days, we just lived in a bubble. And then when we exited the hotel to get some lunch or something, you're like, oh, right, well, the real world still exists. But then you get back into and everybody's wearing something hand knit, and it was just a concentration of so much inspiring individuals, and there were so many classes. I spent most of the days just in workshops learning new things. So I really enjoyed it. And the marketplace was really well put together as well. There was everything you could imagine. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I think I'll go again, but hopefully next time I go, I can maybe teach as well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's in the cards. That would be a new experience. But yeah, really, I think if you haven't been, maybe once in your lifetime, you can get to try and experience that. It was very different, I suppose, from other festivals like Rhinebeck or those other ones that are just huge and with a lot of people. There was a lot of people, but because everything was just in this one hotel across multiple floors, it didn't feel overwhelmingly huge. And you could exit if you needed a break, you could take one. And I'm quite introverted, so whenever I felt like getting too overwhelmed, you could find a way to be by yourself and regather energy. So I liked it from that perspective. Has anyone else been to Vogue? No.
I went once as a vendor.
Oh, right. Oh, that must be totally different experience.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. It was totally crazy. The booth where I was working was just swamped with people most of the time, right up until almost the very end. So, and I didn't get very much time to walk around and shop for myself. I got a little bit of time. Not very much.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I muted Patience as we were hearing some background. So Mary, if what was the vendor you were vending with?
Yeah, the yarn store that I was affiliated with at the time, she had a whole line of hand-dyed yarns that I did, as well as the regular stuff from her store. And then she had apple yarns from Seattle that came and joined our booth as well. So we had it was kind of cool. So yeah, I live in Michigan, and so the yarn store is here in Michigan. It was Chicago. It was Vogue Knitting in Chicago, which is not too far from us here. I can't imagine going to New York. That would just be absolutely crazy, especially if you're a vendor trying to get things in there. You'd have driving.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, I'm totally oblivious to that whole side. I saw there was special entrance for vendors to load things up and out, and they had to. It was in time slots. You had to arrive in your time slot and things like that. But that is
in some locations. It depends on the city that you're in. In some locations, you can actually bring your stuff in. You can bring it in and set it up and do everything yourself. In other locations, the convention center has unions that work for them. So in Chicago, you can take it out of your truck and you put it on these racks, and then the union guys have to come in and wheel it to your location and unload it. And then you have to set up all your displays and put it on there. But you cannot carry your own stuff into the venue because they have that agreement with the union laborers that do that kind of thing for that venue. So I learned a lot of stuff. It was very interesting.
It is very interesting. I wonder why that is.
And the people that you meet, that's the best part. It's very tiring as a vendor because you're on your feet all day long and stuff, but you're so energized by all these people that you meet. And like you said, at Rhinebeck and places like that, everybody's wearing their nicest hand knit items, and you get to see them in all kinds of different yarns. And so it was really fun. It's really fun.
For us, it was just, we just enter a hall and all the vendors are there and all their booths look meticulous.
Everything's
and
all done
stunning.
already.
Yeah, and you just go and touch the yarn and just, you go few rounds and don't even think about how it all got there and how much work actually went into to get everything in one place. So we could just do a little loop-de-loop and see the world of yarns. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for being a vendor. I appreciate you. Because online shopping is one thing, but then when you get to actually touch the yarn, the lockdown probably taught us the value of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially with unique things. I mean, with yarns that you can buy, anywhere, you kind of know what it feels like. If you're looking for, Malabrigo Rios, you kind of know what it feels like. You know all that stuff. And you kind of know what a colorway is, but there's so much variability that oftentimes if you order something online, you may be disappointed because what you get isn't going to look like what you saw, somewhere else. So I think buying in person is the best thing. And online, unfortunately, online shopping has done away with so many local yarn stores. So I'm losing mine in my little town here. It's closing the end of this month. So now I have to drive 20 minutes or 25 minutes to a yarn store, which is not bad considering in some countries, but I had one 10 minutes away.
You are lucky still, 10, 20 minutes. I have my closest one is at least an hour away, if not more. So on the train.
But train knitting, that's got to be really fun. You don't
actually don't tell anyone, but I'm thinking of just planning a trip to somewhere and coming right back. So I could just sit on the train and knit and no one bothers me.
Yeah.
Unless
Well,
those people who tell you that their grandma used to crochet as well.
No, I bought these headphones and since then, the other people get those little earbuds and then you talk to them and they don't respond and they turn around. Oh, sorry, I had this in my ear. I couldn't hear you. This is like a signal.
Yes, don't bother me.
Don't bother me. Clearly, I'm knitting. No, I'm not that ruthless. But yeah.
I'm finishing my first motif.
Oh,
but
yay.
I'm not. Yeah, but my tension is no good.
It looks good. It looks good. Are you considering going back to Magic Loop?
I think so.
Well, you got to try both.
Yeah.
But you also, I suppose, have to give it enough time to find your way with the DPNs. It's definitely fiddly at first. What brand are you using? Is it slippery ones or are they kind of sticky ones?
What brand? 4-ply. That's you. I don't understand your question.
The make, the brand.
The brand.
The knitting needles.
Knitting needles. Of the needles.
The needle brand. What are your needles like?
It's Knitpick.
Oh, okay. We call them Knit Pro here, I think. No, do we?
It's bamboo.
No, Knitter's Pride became Knit Pro. Knitpicks is different, yeah.
But
actually, I don't know.
Visually pretty much the same thing, and also because I have some Knitpicks, the super small interchangeable needles. They are just slightly different color, but sort of the same, and they match. They match with the Pro cables as well. Yeah.
Okay. They're all made in the same place.
Don't tell anyone.
Yay. Okay. Well, I'm not taking it personally. DPNs versus Magic Loop is a highly personal choice. And you gotta do what works best for you.
I thought I'm prepared to sit down and knit for 4 hours, but now I'm realizing like I didn't measure the length of the foot. Like,
But how many socks have you knit for him in the past?
yeah, but I want to know like in centimeters how much like I need to knit before I start the gusset. But I haven't written anywhere down. Like, if you can tell me for size 7.
Oh, you mean like
Yeah, because I'm on
size
the
7?
straight part now.
Oh,
So
I know.
yeah, tell me
You
that.
had the Joy to Knit knitting book, and there's a
Oh,
table
actually,
with
yes.
sizes, shoe sizes. Hi, Christine. I can see your fire lily. Gorgeous.
Yes, I'm just beginning.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Guys, I have a question. I'm knitting the Brooklyn Memory socks, and there is 2 options for the toes: trapezoid one and the anatomical one. I need your opinion. Which one of those is better? Because I'm kind of right now need to.
I'll tell you if I'm allowed.
Okay, you tell her.
If I would knit them for myself, I would go for left foot, right foot, because the way I like it. Because I'm not knitting Brooklyn Memory socks now as well, but I'm knitting them for my partner. And I know he won't be bothered about left foot, right foot. So I'm just doing with the, you know,
I'm doing it for myself, so
yeah, and
that's
and
why
also
I've never.
if you have not done like before left foot, right foot thing, I would say just give it a go, because it's you will learn something maybe, and then you will
It's
know.
harder to do in a social setting because you gotta. It's a little bit because it's not symmetrical, so it's harder to do. I think the answer depends on the shape of your foot. If you're, what is it called, like an Egyptian foot, where most of your toes are the same length,
Oh, I
then
have a Greek one. When the
I don't
second
actually know
toe
what
is
it
the
means.
longest one,
Okay. Interesting. See, I don't know. I actually had, this is a good experiment too. But if you feel like, I have a very anatomical shaped,
Sorry, I
my
need to
my
look at my
toes are
foot.
going down.
Yeah,
So-
definitely they are anatomical.
No, I think if kind of the long tallest part of your toe is more to the middle of the foot, I would go trapezoid. If the tallest part of your foot is to the side, then I would go anatomical, if that makes sense.
Okay,
but then
so
with the
okay. I'm trying
are you going to show us your foot?
one. Yeah, I'm trying anatomical one, and I need to focus because I'm doing 2 at a time. So I need to make it one
Okay,
left,
this
one
is a
right,
challenge.
not
This is
2
challenge.
rights.
We are rooting for you because I appreciate this is a real challenge in this setting. Ah.
Okay.
But you can do
Doing
it.
it.
You can do it.
Okay.
And then you can tell us how it is after you've done a pair and worn it for a little bit, if it matters or not. Because knitting is such a forgiving, like, way to make clothes and things. It will always stretch if it's too tight, and it will fall if it's too wide, and it's not as tailored as sewing and things like that. So at the end of the day, the difference is really subtle when you wear it. And I would make the decision on, I want to try something new, so I try that now and see what happens.
I'm trying it now. And we'll see what happens.
Well, keep us in the loop.
Yep.
Anyone else doing anatomical toes in the patterns? Because I
No,
don't
my
really...
second and third toe are the same length and they're longer than my first toe. So I've got kind of the center long toes in the middle. So I always just make a regular toe and they fit great. So, and I don't think I would be one like her partner to bother looking at them to try to figure out which one was for which foot when I put them on. I pretty much wear hand knit socks all year round, even in the summertime.
Oh wow!
Unless it's really really hot. It's not.
Where are you
Michigan
based?
isn't.
Oh,
Michigan
Michigan.
isn't a really hot, state here, and I just like them. I just like to have hand knit socks. So even the summertime, I wear them with my sandals, and my feet are always comfy.
And do you have transparent Wellington boots or gum boots?
No, I don't have any of those transparent boots. I've seen them. That would be really cool. Because then you could wear, even in the wintertime, you could show off your socks.
But I bought them. I got transparent boots, but then I don't know, something about them. They are not quite comfortable and they were a bit sticky on the inside. So what ended up happening is as I went to the local supermarket. As I walked, it was sort of pulling the sock off with every step a little bit. And by the time I got to the supermarket, my heel was like upside down on top of my foot and my toe were all, and I'm like, everybody can see that.
Yeah,
because
right.
it's transparent.
Yeah, I think
So,
it's a great idea in concept, but I'm not sure it's a real great idea in practice.
It's just for Instagram. It's one of those things.
It's for photographing your socks and stuff like that.
Exactly. But yeah. Then we have the
This is my
Birkenstock sandal.
51st pair of socks this year.
Oh,
51.
Wow. That is like it's even more than weeks we have, because in a year there's only 52 weeks and we are only in September
I
or
know.
October.
Well, last year I bought that book from Zanete Publishing, the 52 Weeks of Socks book. I bought it like 2 years ago. And I had this lovely hardcover book and it's just sitting there. And I thought, okay, last year, toward the end of the year, next year, I'm going to make a goal to knit through that book.
Wow.
And so I started, but I didn't like all of them. I think there were 38 pair out of the book that I really put in my queue and then I wanted to knit, because there were some really thick socks. I only knit fingering weight socks. I don't knit bulky weight or worsted weight like boot socks. I don't knit those. I just knit them that I can wear in my shoes. And then I found this group on Ravelry that instead of 52 weeks of socks, they call it 52 months of socks. And so I joined, and they'd already been doing it for a year. So I joined in kind of in the middle, and so they do a 2 socks for 2-month period of time. And so I've been knitting along with that, and I've been trying to catch up on the ones that I missed. I'm almost caught up. But then I've knit other socks too, not just 50 socks. They're not all out of that book. So
Amazing. That's a lot of sock knitting. What do you do with them? You can't possibly have the chance to wear all of them, do you?
Well, like I said, I wear socks all year long. I only wear them one time. When I take them off, I wash them to make sure that I hand wash all of them with wool wash, so I don't have to rinse them. So I could technically wear 365 pairs of socks a year, I guess.
How much sock closet space have you got? That is, because I imagine like already 5 socks take up a lot.
They're
mean,
in my closet on a shelf in big bins overflowing.
Wow, okay. All right.
And
Okay.
I haven't worn any of the ones that I've knitted this year. I want to finish the whole year and have them all new and pristine, and then I'll take a big picture of all of them or something, you know, post on Instagram. So I can't
Yeah.
wear them this year yet.
We gotta see that. If there is a true sock knitter, I think you qualify for that spot. Do you knit other
I don't
things
just
as
knit
well?
socks though.
No,
This year's
okay.
been special, but I've knit like 7 shawls, 6 scarves, 9 hats, 2 sweaters. I'm retired, so this is my what I do.
I also tell people I'm retired. I work hard, but I feel like I'm retired, so I get to knit a lot.
Yeah, I do.
Shawl
I do that.
knitting. Shawl knitting is an interesting topic. I've not knit one shawl in my life. I
Oh,
just can't get I can't get into it for some reason. I don't know. Don't know where do you wear them?
Exactly.
well, yeah. And especially now that I'm retired, I don't even have work. So it's church and, you know, if I go out to a nice restaurant. So, but I just love knitting them. And I have a huge yarn stash that I've accumulated over the last 20 years. And so, you know, I just have to use it up.
They are interesting to knit, like the
Yeah.
Stephen West ones. I started one of his mystery knit alongs. I think it was 2022, but you're supposed to knit so fast, and I couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
So I didn't finish that. That is like my only shawl attempt. But it was so full of things that I thought, oh my goodness, how do you even wear this? The rest of your outfit just has to
that
be.
was probably the wrong kind of start for shawl knitting. A mystery knit along, what I found, I don't participate in them anymore because, like you said, there's so many things going on because the designer has to get all this cool stuff in there to keep people engaged, multiple colors, and you don't really know what you're doing in the beginning. And yeah, you probably should start out with something really simple. You know, maybe if you don't, well, you like knitting I like knitting lace weight. I like the lace weight yarn. I like putting beads on them. The more complicated, the better the challenge. It's like, can
Yeah.
I do that?
Try tablecloths.
Tablecloth.
Yeah, I guess.
Same as a scarf, just bigger.
What fabric like what fiber do you use for tablecloth? It's gotta be like
a lot
cotton.
of times cotton. Yeah.
Cotton.
I've seen crocheted ones, and I've done a few in my childhood, but a knitted one?
Yeah. I have one, but I would never do it again. But if you're just trying to challenge yourself and work with very small yarn, except for the beads, but you've got a big space to put whatever kind of pattern you want into it. And it's a challenge.
The only
and
thing
you
that
don't
I
have to find a place to wear it, right?
Cotton
Right,
is
yeah.
really hard. Cotton is really hard on my hands. Knitting with cotton or linen. Well, I like the finished product. It's really hard on my hands.
You know,
when I was younger, it didn't bother me as much, but now, yeah, it hurts my hands.
Put castor oil on your hands and a pair of good fitting like food service gloves, the plastic kind. It's amazing. You will also take all the dark spots off and your skin will be super soft. But then if you have cuticles, it doesn't get caught on the thread or So
this is great. This is the knitter skincare routine.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
it's very dry where I live and my skin gets dry and knitting makes my cuticles really get annoyed sometimes. So
oh yeah,
I didn't want to not knit, so that works. I have a pair of cotton ones that I use with the wool with the wool.
Wow. So you actually knit with gloves on. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know that I could do that.
Plastic ones, you can't even feel like it's the same as your hands, but the cotton ones take a little getting used to. I don't know how like all those presidents' wives and stuff used to wear gloves, and they look filthy after like 3 hours, you know. So I don't know how they ever left the house and looked, you know, good.
They probably had a bag with extra pair in them. They could just
They
swap
must.
them out for photo opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like wearing gloves. Even when I dye yarn, I just it somehow sets my teeth on edge when I have to wear gloves. It's just hard to handle yarn, I guess.
You have to get used to it. It got to a place I was not going to be able to knit. My cuticles were so bad at one point. I had to find a solution. So I learned to work with the glove.
Yeah, I suppose we find our way to continue our hobby, because without it, it's really hard.
Yeah, I used to dye the yarn with no gloves just because I hated them so bad. But then, you know, your hands get dyed and it takes a week for it to wash and wear off. And everywhere you go, you've got blue fingers or purple fingers or, you know, whatever. And so I started wearing them, but I hate them. I hate the way the yarn feels in my hands.
Do you still dye yarn?
A little bit. I don't do it commercially anymore. Just for my own self, though. I never, you know, what I did for her in the store, she sold, but I've never sold anything that I did for myself personally. I just keep it in my stash. Or if I have a specific, like the freshness socks, I looked at on Ravelry, I looked at everybody's projects to get, you know, good color ideas. And I found a set that had some kind of bright lime green and a kind of corally orange, natural or whatever. So I went down in my mini skein stash and I found those colors. And then if I finish these, that's what I'll knit those with. So
I somehow think that you'll definitely finish these, given how many you've knit this year already. You'll just wake up tomorrow and they'll be done.
In September.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I think 1 month I might have done 7 pair. I don't remember, but I did 5 months, 5 socks in September, 5 pair of socks.
1 sock in 3 days. Yeah.
How long does it take you for a pair of socks if you're just spending an average amount of time?
Is that a question for Mary?
I don't really knit vanilla socks too much, but you know, a typical fairly easy like lace and cable pattern, or color is a fairly easy symmetrical color work where I can memorize that chart repeat fairly quickly. Maybe 2-3 days, but you know, I'm not sitting and knitting 24 hours either. So just my knitting time. So, but I think Zanette's faster than I
am. Clearly not. I've only done 3 pairs this year. No. Yeah. I did try and measure the time it took for me to knit the Brooklyn memory sock when I was filming a reel to like can I do the sock in one day in one sitting. But I could never just sit for the whole time. This is the first time I'm actually have sat down for 2.5 hours without moving away, believe it or not, because there's always kids around, there's always something happening. But even with the interruptions, I think the total time to complete that sock was about 6 hours, because it's not color work, it's just plain, well, there's a little bit of color work, but most of it is just plain knitting, plain stockinette in the round, and then there's a little bit of color work at the leg with a pattern that repeats, and you don't even have to look at the chart so much. So it's super simple. That's why I think we recommend it for people who starting out toe-up socks, because it's a good one to get the construction, to give the construction a go. So those ones took 6 hours, but then anything that's all over color work, because I haven't really learned to knit with 2 yarns in each hand. So I always hold just one yarn and I swap them out. It takes me a lot longer, like maybe double the time probably.
Yeah. That really helped when because I'm a continental knitter, and I learned to throw for color work knitting. So that speeds things up quite a bit. I tried the little knitting thimble, and I don't know, it just didn't. I was a little frustrated with it, but when I learned to throw with my right hand, it did speed up color work.
Yeah.
But
right now,
I'm sorry.
I found that I have to do my color work on the little small 9-inch needle to keep the tension proper. I can do the toes on magic loop, but then I have to switch to the small needle to do the color portion.
So you should try, since you're a continental knitter, holding both yarns in your left hand over your finger, and then all you have to do is pick one and then the other. And that.
Oh, I tried that as well. It's I think because like if it was a suggestion for me, I've tried that. I don't wrap my yarn around the pinky. I just let it loose, and the only tension control I have is between the pinky and the needle. So having both yarns, it's very easy to get. It's hard to manage the tension with just that one spot there. So I find that whenever I pick one of the strands, the other one comes along and then creates a really loose stitch later. And I was just more frustrating. But I learned to throw in a sort of a weird way. That's a really slow one. I mean, I can do the throwing really fast, but then getting the tension right is really slow. So I only throw if there's one stitch in main color, like now. I'll throw one, and then, but if there's more than 2 stitches, it's faster for me to switch and just knit continental. I did an experiment, I know. But I'm not saying that I will never learn English style. I'm just
have the one of your colors, the main color example. I do have over my second finger and third finger, and the main color, the contrast color, I do have over my main, under my second, and over my ring finger.
That's interesting. Leanna, can you show us how you're holding? Oh, you're not in the color work part yet?
No, I'm not yet there. No.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
I can show you how I'm holding it, but yeah, I'm not there yet.
Your sweater's pretty.
Thank you. It's only because my friend Zanete hand spun a yarn for it, and it came out the way I didn't change anything. That's how the yarn came out. So
I love the color, yeah.
And so she doesn't like yellow, but she did it specifically for me. So I am holding my yarn in the way. I have both on my index finger, and then they are crossing there.
Opposite way.
Opposite way. And then I'll try to show you this way. So basically my contrasting color is here on the bottom, and it goes from this side of the finger, and then my main color is on the top, and that's how it is also on my finger. I have contrasting color over the main color over the contrasting color, and then I just, if I need the main color, I just take it from there, and if I need my contrasting color, I just take it from there, and it speeds up my knitting, and yeah, I find it comfortable. I learned to do it with the contrasting color like English way with throwing, but after a few sweaters, I started feeling pain in my arm, and
engaging all the lats.
It's just it's too much extra moving, like too much
I like to
work,
move it.
and I couldn't do it anymore, and I had to find the other way. I think I actually saw it somewhere on Instagram, and I thought, oh, that looks kind of interesting, and I tried it few times, and then I mastered it for myself, and now that's the only way I knit.
55 years ago, when I learned to knit, there was no Instagram, right? And so now if I want to learn something new, I go on YouTube, I find a video, I watch it. But I find even still, well, the way I learned is still sort of the way I do it. Maybe I change it a little. So, oh, it's not really English, it's not really continental, it's some strange combination that has just sort of happened for me over time. And then when I try to switch it and do it properly, it doesn't happen. Like, it's just faster and easier to keep doing it the way I'm comfortable doing it. So, but this is my first socks.
It's your first sock?
Yeah. Never done. I do sweaters on, but never done any socks. I did only
So
one.
what pattern did you choose?
It's a and it's actually coming out. I don't know, pretty. Yes, I'll put a picture later. It's, I don't know the name. It doesn't have a name because it's drops.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I didn't pick color work, because I've been doing only colorwork sweaters for the whole year. So I picked the ones with the little kind of diamonds in the pattern.
Okay, so it's a
down.
self ornamenting yarn, or what's it called?
It is self-striping.
Yeah. Self-striping, yeah.
Or color, yeah.
What is it called? No, it doesn't create stripes. It creates little, little patterns.
Yeah, but I don't know what it's called. Yeah, I'm liking the color though.
I'm too like not comfortable with the chaos that would create, so I've never tried that yarn. Fine stitches will be misplaced. No, it's not for me.
I only don't like it sometimes depend on the garment, and you'll get like a big blob of one color that just comes together all in one spot, so it looks like a big, I don't like that. But I just went into my stash yarn and had this, so I decided this is a perfect use for it, because I don't know why I ever bought it. Like, I don't know, I don't know what I would
Don't
ever
ask me that question about most of my yarns.
I have an entire space in my filled. And then every time I find a new pattern, I have to buy new yarn, because
of course
I don't have the correct size and quantity, color, whatever.
Of course, that's okay. It's a safe space.
So this is my first sock, and like I say, it is a top down, not a toe up. So do you have a preference when you're selecting a pattern?
I love toe up. And I don't know if that's just my nature of wanting to do things differently, or because I genuinely like the fact that you can try it on as you go, and then you can make it as long as you want after the heel. And then you can like use up all the yarn so there's no leftovers or things like that. It's just easier to fix the length of the sock if you do it toe up.
That makes sense.
There's one thing sorry.
No, go on.
The one thing I don't
heard.
like about toes is the cast off. I'm never happy with it. I don't think it looks nice and tidy. You know, when you do it top down, you have a nice edge. So I always end up putting crochet edgings or something to hide the cast off.
Interesting. So what kind of
struggle with
cast off methods?
the tubular cast on. What I on all the needles was exciting. Took me a long time.
For the toe ups, there is the few customs you can use. The one Zanete is always kind of proposing is the Judy magic custom.
Right.
And I'm using the Turkish one because it's even easier.
Yeah.
The Turkish one is easier.
Cast on too.
And it looks like you will just, you know.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, the Turkish one is easier, I think too.
Yeah, because it's just wrapping up your needles, and
I'm excited. So I decided some friends are getting socks for Christmas. So I'll be trying the toe up pattern next. I'll pick a toe up one.
I like I like the toes better than on the Kitchener one or the ones that you finish, because I always feel like there's a corner when you finish up a Kitchener. That's why I like the toe up ones. I think they have it. And the same reason I like doing quote unquote the boring part first, especially if the color work is in the cuff, so you get all the foot done and then you get to the fun part, so to speak. So
well, thank you. Yeah, now I know. Like since I started with top down sweaters, I don't love it when I find a pattern that's a bottom up. So
yeah,
I
figure maybe socks are the same. So
yeah, I love color work. I wish I could find somebody that would need the boring part.
Yeah.
Just do the color work and somebody else can do the rest.
Oh, I've done that a few times. I have very good friends.
Oh, look.
Really?
Well, I offer, I will need any color working you want as long as you need the bottom for me.
I've knit some boring parts for some other people.
Oh gosh. Has anybody seamed things for others?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
You
Yes.
have
you do it all the time.
When I worked at the yarn store, I would get paid, but not nearly enough to do the finishing for people. And I hated it. I hated doing it for myself. I had so many work in progress that would just be on the shelf waiting for the finishing. But then when I started working for this lady in her yarn store, she wanted me to do this and I hated it. She would let me bring it home to do it. I didn't have to do it in the store. And I've gotten now to where I really don't mind it. I've done so much of it that I've gotten used to it, and I don't mind it now.
You just
Hate
get
the
on
finishing.
with it.
Hate it.
I try to knit everything in the round so I don't have to
me
sew
too.
anything. I
Me too.
changed the sleeves.
When it's a cardigan,
everything.
you change the pattern. Me too.
No, I knit it in the round and then I stick it. So
Yeah. Well, steeking is also some form of finishing, but there's a lot of thrill in that, so it's not boring.
The first time I did it, I knitted a Mario jumper for our grandson, and I didn't have a clue what it was. And to both, it was in Norwegian. A Norwegian friend gave me the pattern as a present. And it was nothing, not YouTube. And I found something, and I said, okay. I was shaking. I did the sewing machine. That's this lady. There was
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're hearing every sort of third syllable.
Oh,
as your
I'm
internet
sorry.
connection
Okay,
might have been cutting
maybe
out.
now.
It's better now. Yeah, you were saying
Is
that
it
you
better
were
now?
knitting a Mario
Oh,
sweater.
Mario's, and that was the first time I have to do some sticking on these sleeves for our grandson. But it was about 14 years ago, so it was nothing on YouTube. The pattern was in Norwegian because a Norwegian friend gave it to me as a present with the wool. Finally, I found somebody wrote and said, you know, use your sewing machine. So I did, and it worked. So I was happy, but
Okay.
it was petrifying. It really was.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm going to ruin all my knitting.
How long did it take you to try another one like that?
I did another one immediately in a different color.
Oh, okay. Well, great. It's one of those things you do it once, twice, and then it's like, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
can do
Done.
it.
Yeah. Just. So,
can
do you need
hear-
continental style, Zanete? Or do you
Yes,
need?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knit continental.
Yeah, me
I
too.
I can hear some background noise. Some dishes are being put away, or am I
Oh,
imagining?
I don't know why. Because yes, well, we're in Budapest. We're doing a river cruise, so maybe that's what you can hear. But I saw you.
Oh,
cooking
maybe. No,
because
I don't know.
I have my AirPods on, so I didn't think you could hear them.
No, don't know. It's okay. It's not too bad.
I'm surprised.
Kind of talking about different knitting styles. Who in this group learned to knit in school as a child?
I learned to knit before I went to school. My grandmother taught me when I was 4 years old.
I learned.
Well, I didn't get to grow up with my grandparents.
Oh,
We
wow.
lived overseas and my grandparents were in the States, so and my mother didn't knit. So
where did you learn? Where did you learn?
I grew up in Finland.
Oh,
because that's where I'm from.
Well, initially when I was young, we lived in Helsinki, but I grew up in Tampere.
I grew up in Helsinki, and it's where I too learned to knit when I was 4. But then, you know, 2nd grade we learned to. I really learned, but yeah. But you know, by the 2nd grade, 2nd grade, I think we knitted. By the time we were in 4th grade, we knitted our first pair of socks. So.
And do they
Wow.
still do that in Finland? Still teach young children?
I believe so, yeah. I left 40 years ago, so.
I know not many young women in the States are knitters, and
It's coming back. I teach a lot of knitting, and we have, I live in Fort Collins, Colorado, and I work for a local yarn store, and we teach a lot of knitting, and a lot of the knitters are in their 20s and 30s, and
oh, that's nice.
Good. And I see younger ones, you know, teenagers, and they're very good. And, you know, obviously they do the short cropped styles with, you know, or tank tops and, you know, all that. But they're good and they're excited and they know yarn and their technique is good. So it's definitely coming back.
I'm sorry.
That's encouraging. Yeah. Because in Latvia you had to learn it at school, but I believe that it's now taken out. Right, Indra, you know better. Is it still in school?
It's still, but it's changed that the boys need to knit too. So
Okay.
Brilliant.
Because when I was growing up, the
Yeah.
girls went to do home economics and the boys had to do like woodworking and things like that. So the girls would learn how to sew, cook, and we would make like meals and then invite the boys from their woodworking workshop to have the meal. And it was all really,
They are
what's the word?
changing. Yeah, they are changing now. But I see that the system all the time is something changing. So we don't know what happened in future. So I hope that my son don't need knits because I think he can do some other men things. So yeah, but for my daughter, actually, she's sitting here and shui.
Sewing?
Yes,
She's
now
sewing. Oh, cool.
because this is like some homework. So she's 11 and she do it now near me.
Sewing homework. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Great. Oh, that's good. That's good to
Mhm.
know. Actually, my son, who is going to be 6 in a few days, he says, "Mom, can you teach me knitting?"
Oh,
Because
nice.
I saw Bluey knit. Bluey is a cartoon. She was
Yeah,
knitting,
yeah.
so I want to know how to knit. I'm like, okay, yes.
I have an 11-year-old grandson I've been starting to teach him how to crochet, and they want to make all that amigurumi stuff, the cartoon toys and
Yeah.
things. So I'm trying to teach him how to crochet.
I know that Lena can share that her son is doing something, right?
Yeah, well, he's 9. He hasn't touched knitting now for a while, but I taught him. He can knit. He can knit in a round. He has tried to knit socks, and he has made a scarf for himself. So from about like age 6, well, I started early, yeah, but from 6, like he really understood what he has to do, and but he's a bit like he actually wants to do crocheting. I was in America a few months ago. No, a few months ago in August,
Yeah,
and
a few months
we
ago.
went to some yarn store, and of course I want to get some yarn, but then it was all the time like, Mom, I want to get this kit, I want to get this kit, and it's a crochet kit, and I said, okay, if you get it, you are on your own because I can't crochet. He has started it, but of course I have to help him, and I can crochet like basics, but what messes my head around is that crochet terms are different, like in US and different in UK, and then it's like I don't know which ones are in the pattern, and then we are just trying to work that out. And but I'm like, I don't want to crochet. I'm like, if you want my help, if you want me to teach you something, let's just knit and we can do jumpers and everything. Just just do crochet on your own. But yeah, he can knit, and he's proud of it. Actually, he's telling his friends at school, even if he doesn't touch knitting now, he'll mention it to people that he can knit, and yeah.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I do too, because I
Because
want
it used to
to
be,
know.
like in the very olden days before knitting machines, it used to be a man's job. Like women
Yes.
weren't even allowed to knit. It was like you needed to be clever to knit. Women weren't allowed. And then when the knitting machine was invented, then they realized that actually, like I can be easily replaced. Okay, you women, you can now do the knitting. So yeah, it's a fascinating history. And my great grandfather that's how he made money. He was making mittens and socks, and he was selling to sustain his family. So
Wow.
yeah, coming around. But it's true, currently such female dominance in the knitting world. I
Well, my
tried to
youngest
teach
son
him.
was embarrassed when I would go to parent-teacher conferences and knit. He was embarrassed about that. Mom, you can't knit here. You can't knit in public. I don't want to see you knitting.
Well, my kids are that way. They're used to it now. They're like, whatever. She's going to knit.
Yeah, for my son, it's so like it's normality. Like if we go somewhere and I don't have my knitting with me, he's like, "Where's your knitting? Like, why didn't you take it?" He's shocked. Like, what's going on? Where is it?
Yeah, my
Yeah.
husband Yeah, from the airport one day, and I was quiet the whole way home, and he's like, "You're quiet and you're not knitting. What's wrong?" So
My husband said, I will never drive on a long trip in the dark ever again because you can't knit and you did not leave me alone the whole time.
You have to get no, what you get is you get one of those little lights that comes around and you can point the little ends up to your knitting and knit in the dark.
I have since gotten that, yeah. But I don't really
I got given as a present one that goes around your head. It's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah,
I use that when I'm camping.
That is
One
really
time I
good
was
for
so desperate, I put the phone with the flashlight on it and tucked it in here so that I could see it.
I've done that too. I have done that.
Oh, the things we do for knitting.
I can't knit in a car so much because I'm sick. Like I can knit on plane, on train, and on the bus, but for some reason I can't do it in a car. In the UK, when I travel to Latvia and I visit family there, for some reason I can't do it there. Maybe it's because of driving on the other side of the road. I don't know. But sometimes even without like knitting, I feel sick in a car, like here in this country, even just before I get in a car, just the thought that I will be going somewhere in a car might make me sick. And I don't know why is that, but yeah, I avoid knitting, or I just take something with like plain stockinette where I don't need to look at my knitting, and then I can just look out the window and just knit.
We just changed cars because our lease was up, and I hope my husband's still trying to get the feel of the car, but lately it has been like I just looking at my phone, like this is supposed to be a cool car, but if this is how it's going to make me feel for the rest of the time, I don't want it. So I can't imagine knitting. It just there's something about the car and the way he's driving right now is all of that. Yeah, is destroying my future plans.
It's probably the way he's driving, because I can most of the time I can knit in the car. Sometimes, and I don't know why, but sometimes I can't. Same with reading.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can read in the car, sometimes I can't. But last Friday, we were driving to the other side of town to pick up our grandkids, and traffic was horrible. And my husband was brake, 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 and I'm doing this. And I just finally had to put the knitting aside because I was just, ugh.
Yes.
So it may be that he's not used to the brake yet, on it, and he's pressing a little bit. He's not doing it gradually and easy, and that's causing a little bit of jerking in the driving, and that's making you feel motion sickness.
It accelerates really fast. It's one of those cars that can go like from 0 to 100, and then it goes and then it brakes and it just
That's probably not the car. That's him.
Is it an electric car or a hybrid car? Because we've just swapped to electric, and I feel sick now because of the regenerative braking. The minute you take your foot off the accelerator, it's already starting to brake. And so you're not controlling that braking. The car makes me feel very ill.
Yeah. Anyway, knitters against electric cars is what this is. But but I think I will get used to it. I hope. There's no way otherwise. Okay, so I have finished 2 pattern repeats of the new design. And if anyone
that's good.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Which pattern is that?
This is the one that I'm designing right now. It's going to be up for testing next week, and then released in like 8 weeks time or something.
Oh, so it's plenty of time to knit it if you got selected for test knitting.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, but test knitting is an interesting subject. I have seen a lot of points of view posted on Instagram, on YouTube from test knitters about how they feel about test knitting. And of course, I'm a designer. I'm always interested to hear. But most of the yeah, I just sort of say most of the point of views recently have been quite negative. And so I
Oh, I
wondered
don't
if
believe it. I do quite a lot test knitting socks, and I love doing it. You know, it's this certain designers I do it for, and absolutely love test knitting. I think it's exciting.
Why
I don't know. I agree with you, Zanette. They definitely had a negative slant to it. And I don't respond a lot to things on Instagram. I read a lot, but I don't really respond very much. But I don't think I view testing as helping. I'm not expecting to get anything out of it other than, you know, a cool pattern and, you know, another pair of socks or whatever. But I think too many people they're expecting something for it, you know. And to me, don't do it then. If that's if that's what if you're expecting some kind of compensation or reward or
don't do it.
Then don't do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And
Yeah,
there is
I do
also
it
the
because I
case
love
that there
that.
is a lot of test knitters who are expecting that the pattern is perfect.
Well, then don't test it.
From the very start, and that's some kind of collision with the idea of test knitting, because you are test knitting to catch the eventual mistakes or any, I don't know, problems or whatever to help the designer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the test knitters are just expecting that they will get the pattern, free pattern, and well, the pattern will be perfect.
But
Yeah.
you'll get the correct pattern eventually.
They're going into the test knitting with the wrong idea.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So some of the contrapoints to it that were mentioned, that the deadlines are stressful, and that even if they did provide feedback, the designer chooses not to take it into account, and that felt like rejection. Or they wanted to feel some community spirit, but in the end they didn't feel any of that. And what was the fourth one? To summarize it, yeah, that it could help their Instagram growth because they were part of a test knit, and then due to the designer resharing their work, they would get some more followers, but that's never materialized. So these were the kind of oh yeah, and the reward aspect as well. Of course, some people said because the yarn is really expensive, test knitters are spending their money and their time for basically nothing. And
but nobody makes them do it, so
that's the
why are
whole
they
idea,
complaining?
isn't it? Yes, you know.
I had personally never had that feeling from people who test for me, because we have a close community on the Slack, and we allow modifications where necessary and stuff like that. So yeah, I just wanted to hear more, because it almost feels right now, if I just read and watch on YouTube, that the test knitting is going to end soon because there's no more appetite for it from the knitters. And that made me think that, well, because I couldn't afford to pay for the yarn, the original yarn, most of the time it's sponsored for me lately anyway, so I'm very lucky that I don't have to pay for it, but I couldn't necessarily afford to buy it myself, and that's why I never force people to use the original yarn, because it cannot be accessible for everybody. And it made me think that if that was ever to, you know, stop, we just have to publish designs that are not tested, and that would be worse for everybody. So yeah.
And
But
I
I
do,
think-
I test knit quite a bit, and there are certain people that I've test knit it for that I won't test knit again. And partially because the communication was really, really poor. I had to wait 48 hours for an answer to a question. Well,
Oh,
that's
gosh.
48 hours that you're not doing anything.
Wasting time, yes.
You know, and then you're waiting to, you know, and you have a deadline on your knitting. So I think as far as I'll test knit, and I have access to yarn and I have access to, you know, I'm fortunate in that sense that I have access to yarn that, you know, most of the time I don't pay at least full price for, but I'll test knit, but I've kind of gotten to the point where I test knit for certain designers, just simply because I know how they will communicate and I know what their patterns will look like and I know the things to look for in their patterns, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't.
Yeah, I agree, Dina. That's kind of where I'm at too, is I don't do as much of it as I used to. Even though I have more time, I have certain people that I will test knit for because I know that they're going to get right back to me. They value my opinion. They know, you know, what kind of knitter I am and what kind of portfolio of previous work I have. So when I suggest something, it's not just coming off the top of my head. It's things that I've seen over and over and over again. And I think this is something that you may want to incorporate in your pattern as well, because I think that it works for others. And I always try to also look at patterns as a newer knitter or a less accomplished knitter would look. It was perfect for me. I had no problems with the pattern, but I see the spot here that somebody with a little bit less experience might struggle with. You might say this to make it more clear. And if they totally ignore my suggestions and don't even respond, I mean, I could see somebody coming back and saying, yeah, I kind of agree with you, but for whatever reason, you know, I'm not going to incorporate that. Oh, that's your prerogative, you know, but don't just not even respond or say anything, you know. So I do less of that type of test knitting now. I used to test knit just for new design. Anybody that had a test knit that I saw that caught my eye, I would do it. Now I'm a little bit more selective.
Well, that's great to know. Yeah, because sometimes I see someone's suggestion and I'm like, oh, that's a great suggestion, but I currently don't have time to even respond, but I will get to it in like a week. There's like no doubt in my mind that I will take that suggestion on board. And I apologize to anybody who I haven't responded right away. But yeah, every single bit is valuable. It's good to know. Like I never saw it from your perspective how you you don't necessarily see that I've already accepted it unless I tell you, right?
But
yeah.
all you have to do is just a thumbs up. It doesn't have to be a
Yeah.
long, you know, whatever. Just I read it, I
Yeah.
saw it, and I may or may not take it into to the pattern, but hey, I saw it. That's for me, that's enough. Thumbs up, you know.
Acknowledge
I saw
it, yeah.
Hey, I'm finishing my second repeat.
Oh, you're modeling on your foot.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The
What
second
colors
one
have-
is better than the
Oh,
first
I like
one.
that color.
I think I take the trick to with this.
You got it.
Sorry.
Perfect.
I think we have the same colors.
Oh wow. You're twinning. You're both doing blueberry custard. Yeah.
Now I'm doing the same pattern, but I'm using the sock blank for my contrast color. So
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
I don't know how it's going to turn out, but
It should turn out fabulous.
so I got the natural and then the contrast color. So I'm hoping that it works.
That's going to be a raspberry custard.
Yes.
Raspberry, yeah. And I'm knitting right from the blank. I'm not going to wind it or anything. So,
Oh,
so I'll
that's
be,
interesting. Do you not find that it's like so noodly and wriggly that it affects how
I'll
your
see. I'll see if it does. I have in the past, I remember a shawl that I knit in alpaca. It was an alpaca yarn, and I knit a couple inches, and I didn't like, even though I was getting gauge, I didn't like the fabric, and it was a shawl. So I said, okay, I'm going to go down a needle size and knit a little bit more dense because it was just too stretching things out too much. So I reknit it, and I could see once I got past the point where I was in the new yarn, I could see a difference. So I took it out again, and I ran the yarn through the steam to get it straightened out. So I may end up doing that here. I may end up, running it through the steamer and putting it in a cake if it looks like it's affecting either the look of the sock or the fit, because I like my socks dense and tight on my foot. A lot of negative ease. So we'll see. It's an experiment.
That's what's prevented me from
Well, and you only wear it once, so you could just toss it, right? I mean,
No, she washes them after every once. No. Yeah, I was going to say that's what's prevented me from even considering buying these kind of dyed blankets, because I thought, oh, I'd have to take it out and then steam the yarn or soak the yarn and then wind it up. It's just so much extra steps. And even though it looks great in the blanket, you call it a plank? How do you call it?
Yeah. Sock blank.
Sock blank. Okay. Even if it looks cool there, the sock is going to be totally different because it's going to be different circumference and it's going to be stripy. And so, yeah. But is it the width of it similar to a circumference of a sock, or is it wider?
No, it's wider. This is it in half.
Okay.
That's too wide for a sock for me.
Yeah.
We'll see. If it starts to pool and be ugly, then I'll just rip it out and not use it. But I try it.
You gotta try it.
It's been in my stash for ages. It's like deep stash. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use that.
Deep stash.
Try
Sounds something like AI.
We'll see.
So how many layers of stash do we have? There's the shallow stash, the deep stash.
New stash.
Fresh stash.
Yeah, fresh and old.
And some
Stash with
you
don't know
I've
you
got some
have.
stuff that just needs to go in the bin or go to the Goodwill, because I don't know what I was thinking when I bought it. I'll never make anything out of some of that stuff.
I like Laura's idea. I have a lot of forgotten stash or lost stash as well. It's in my Ravelry, in my stash and Ravelry, and I go to look for it and I can't find it.
Well, I go looking for something, and then I said to my husband, I went looking for silver and found gold because I don't remember buying this yarn.
Oh gosh. Yeah. I recently had.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I have almost all my yarn stashed up in Ravelry, so I know where it is and how much I have.
Oh, so organized.
Yeah,
I know. I need to.
I don't even like. I can't even make a goal to be that organized because I will never keep up.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I will spend too much time doing that. I'd rather be knitting and buying more.
That's also true.
But you're preventing yourself from being surprised. Like we I opened a cupboard and I was like, oh, I forgot I had this.
Oh, this is a nice one. But I came looking for something completely different.
But this will do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I lose something and I can't find it, I need to go look for something else, and then I'll find what I really want.
Yeah.
Well, I Googled Budapest wool shops and I only found one. So I smiled a lot to my husband today because we only arrived yesterday. And I said, I promise an hour. I'll be back in an hour. I promise you. You go and have a sleep. 2 hours later, he says, I was getting wool. I said, I'm sorry, the taxi took forever. I did find a wool shop. I found a beautiful big shop that I looked for and the wool shop. And I got Gatto yarn made in Italy. Some mohair and silk. And some pure merino. Beautiful. So I'm really pleased. Don't know what I'm going to make with it, but I got some.
It's a souvenir.
Yes,
it's our kind
exactly.
of souvenir.
Yes.
Some people buy fridge magnets.
No, oh my God, no. Although it's easier to carry.
No offense to anyone who buys fridge magnets. It's just a comparison.
I do.
Yes.
I do
Yeah,
buy
I buy fridge
souvenir
magnets.
yarns.
I buy both. I buy fridge magnets and yarn. So
I used to buy fridge magnet and then I just thought enough. So now I buy
also need to buy a fridge.
yeah, and a book from the place we visit.
I buy this for 2 days ago in Riga. I had to have something with me.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Oh, what's the
What
brand?
brand is it?
That the yarn.
Hand dye,
Where I
is
buy it. She was doing it herself.
Oh,
Yeah.
hobby wool. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Hello, hobby wool.
this is sock
No.
yarn, so I have to do some socks or a shawl. I don't know.
They didn't
It's
have any
really
hand
gorgeous.
dye. They just had commercial, but the Gatto's silk mohair is beautiful, so I got some of that.
What are you going to make?
I think I'm
Me?
going to make a jumper with some color work and some beads in it somewhere.
Oh.
Did you see the mitten sets in the store as well when you went to Hobby Wool?
Yeah, I did.
She's gonna pull it up.
Oh, hold on. I have
Oh, that's
I have one as
beautiful.
well.
Yes, I have one left. I need to knit it. But
I had to have something
a
like
set.
that. So it was like a Christmas for me, you know. And the colors.
That's nice.
Oh, they're beautiful. Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
We need to see it knitted, please.
Yeah.
Ta-da! How interesting is this?
Oh, joking.
My favorite colors.
Yeah,
Shades
I
of
know.
gray.
But actually, someone gifted me this set. So, but
They
I can't
clearly didn't
complain.
know you because there's no yellow in there.
Yeah, I know.
Gonna be like
Actually,
this.
I don't know the person who gifted to me. I was in this one
Oh.
group where it was like secret friends, secret yarny friends, and we had to
That's a nice
make
gift.
gifts and yeah. So, but the person knew that I'm from Latvia, so I don't know why they decided to give me that.
Oh, it's so funny. I studied in Sweden for an exchange year, and I had a Polish flatmate. And after Christmas, she came back from Poland with gifts for all of us. And guess what she brought us? Latvian bath soap. She said, "We love it. It's really beautiful." I'm like, "But look where it's made." And it was just like she had no idea that she had given me a souvenir from my own country.
Yeah. But in the store there were so many middles, you know. I was going and my daughter said, "You have to pick one, you have to pick one." I just, oh my God, there are so many beautiful ones. I don't know which one to pick. So I spent half an hour there before I picked one.
I got mine. There were some Latvian ladies selling those at a show in Leeds, I think it was, in England. That's where I got mine from. But I need to go to Latvia to get some real ones.
Yeah.
Where are you based? Where are you currently? And you live
I live in England, in
Okay,
Lancashire, but we are in
Okay.
Budapest because we're doing a river cruise of the Danube.
Okay. Lancashire.
Manchester?
Did you say Lancashire? I am
Yeah.
just in West Sussex, just outside
Okay.
Gatwick Airport, near Gatwick
Okay, so
Airport.
we're about 4 hours. I'm
Yeah.
in the north. I'm in the north, near Manchester, outside Manchester.
Yeah, my husband's family is from there, so we go often up
Oh, okay.
to Manchester. And I was just in Skipton in Yarndale this weekend.
Was it good? Because the last
It was really big.
Oh,
And
okay.
they have real sheep and alpacas there, so it smells like wool.
Well,
But
I live about 35 minutes from Skipton.
yeah, it was the first time I stayed in town in a hotel, and I got to see it's a really charming town. I had no idea.
It is, it's
But
lovely.
I was teaching there, so most of the time I was I didn't get a chance to really fully explore all the vendors there. I just ran through, but I discovered some new things and my metal DPNs. But yeah, it was I got to take the train for about 7 hours, and that's really good for me because I could knit, and that was a
nice.
holiday for that alone.
Yeah, Skipton is a nice place. The other one that is very nice is Folkestone. It's a small one, but it's mostly Hindi dyers, so it's a really nice show. Just in the Peak District.
We have Unravel around here. That's not too far from me.
Sorry, you
I
have
don't
what?
know. Unravel. It's
I have
yeah,
heard of it.
I don't know how many times I've been, because they do one in spring and one in September.
And
So
did you go one year to the one in Barcelona? Is it a nice one? Because
yes.
I'm really thinking that maybe this year, next year I'll go.
Yeah, it was a cute one. It's quite small. It felt really small. But at the same time, they have very prestigious names there, so it's concentrated but good quality.
What was this called? What's the name of that?
Barcelona Knits. So it's in Spain,
Oh, okay.
Barcelona. And
Yeah, we should all meet there. We should all meet there. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Oh, that would be
come
nice.
to France. Come to France in the next week. There's a
Oh.
Lyon.
Oh, that must be a brilliant one. What day is it?
The festival. Is it Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, it's 12th and 13th.
Yeah, it's the 12th.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know if you know. It's a very charming place called Hebden Bridge, and they do something that is called a rag market, and you dispatch fabrics, whatever. And I have a lot of fabric because I used to be a quilter, so I usually do it. This is my third time, so I will be there. So I can go to France.
Oh, but yeah, there's so many Do you know there's a website? Oh, Liana, do you know where to find the link? Maybe I can find it.
Yeah, I can find the link. I'll put it in the chat here.
Yeah, that lists all the knitting events around the world, month by month. It's just everywhere in the world, whether it's Norway or US or Italy, everything is on there.
I'd love to see that. Yeah.
We really put our daydreamer hats on and like browse that one.
I put the link in the chat.
Brilliant.
So yeah,
I'm going to Rhinnenbeck for the first time.
You were going to Rhinebeck?
Wait,
oh.
in 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Oh,
yes.
The one in New York.
Yes.
Oh, Yes, that sounds exciting. But
It's
I am
6
I'm
or
actually
7
from
hour
wow.
in car from my home.
But it will
Oh,
be very
I'm
nice to do.
jealous.
Yes, me
I'm
too.
jealous.
I'm actually from
I
South America. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no, I was just repeating that I'm jealous about the
Okay.
Rhinebeck. Yeah.
I was saying I'm actually from South America, from Chile. And every time I go, I have never seen, and well, I go every year in the summer, in our winter, and never seen any decent ball. I don't think now, it's just a create. And then all of a sudden, it's this big group of people doing the most beautiful Chilean yarns, hand dyes, some really good designers. And I'm thinking, well, I need to go back soon to get some of this decent wool that I've never seen before. But they are doing quite a lot of shows. I think there's about 3 now a year. It is a bit far for everybody to go to.
One day we'll go to Rhinebeck.
Mm.
Would also like to go to Flock in Seattle, I think. Is that?
Oh,
It's in August. Well, this year it was. And would love to do one of the yarn crawls, like the Portland Rose City yarn crawl. There's a lot of dreams in my
but you
life.
should organize it, Zanete, so quite a few of us can do it. That'd be fun.
Okay. We just have to, yeah. The problem is we got small kids who miss their mom. I feel retired, but then when 6 o'clock comes, I realize that I'm not retired. So that complicates the traveling aspect, but I know that my time will come.
Enjoy it while you can, because too soon they are grown up, gone, and have their own children.
Yep. And you think, I wish they were little.
And it's never the same, no matter how close you are. It's never the same once they're married and gone off.
Once they go.
Although
get
my
a lot more
husband says
knitting
that
time.
if he had known grandkids were so much fun, he would have skipped the kids and just gone straight to the grandkids.
Me too.
I think they're fun because you can give them back. They're not your responsibility, really. They're just there to be enjoyed.
I live far from
You've been
each other
naughty? Go
closer.
back to your mommy.
Yeah.
When I watch my parents interact with my children, I think, if they were like that with us when we were
Who are
kids, I
these
really
people?
would have
Yeah.
loved my childhood.
Who are they? Who are these people?
Our children say exactly the same. So you would have never allow me to do that.
Yeah. Oh no. So I wonder what I'll be like. Well, to be honest, my daughter just left for uni, and now it's sinking in slowly that actually we can now use her room for something else, and then it's really gonna be final.
How
My
many
new yarn,
children? A 6-year-old and one in university?
one in university, a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Wow.
It's a wide spectrum of
Yes.
University.
Full time.
She went to Cardiff. She still is. She started her first lecture was yesterday. So
yeah, my daughter's the same. She
Oh,
went
it's
to
nighttime.
Loughborough.
You're having wine.
sorry,
she's-
Deb. You said something about wine.
Oh,
Yeah, Laura,
I saw
Laura is
Laura.
having
It looked
wine.
like Laura was having wine, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning.
No. I'm having a cola zero.
Oh, okay.
It's 5 p.m. somewhere, so
That's
go
right.
for
That's
it.
what I said. Oh, she's having wine.
In here it's 5:30 in the afternoon, so I could be having a glass of wine.
Right.
you're
I said,
allowed,
oh,
yeah.
look, it's wine time.
And it's beautiful. Let me turn it around.
Sorry, Sarah, I
Can
interrupted
you
you.
see it?
You
That's okay.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, Budapest is beautiful.
Yes.
And you like the ship you're on?
Yes, very much so. It's very nice. It's only small. I think it's 225 people
Nice,
altogether.
yeah.
So it's nice.
And the food is good?
What we had last night was delicious. Yes. And the breakfast was very good too.
I thought you were going to say they haven't fed us since it's 5 p.m.
Yeah, in an hour.
It's food everywhere all the time. I think.
It's a fasting cruise.
Yes. I could do with one of those.
Yeah.
So, you know, I had the tubular cast on for this sock. And there's the 2 rows of setup, and then you start the ribbing. So I know I will need about 20 rows for the 2 inches. Do I count those first rows with the setup row? No? Okay.
I would count it as 1 because you really just work.
Because it's 2.
1.
It's 3 because there's the initial cast on, and then
That kind of sits flat on top of it.
Right, and then there are 2 rows of setup after. So there are 3 rows before you're actually just ribbing. So I just wondered if I count those as part of the gauge or not, because they're strange, right? They're only working every other stitch, those setup rows, because you're slipping every other stitch.
So those 2 rows you'd count as 1 because it only increases the height by 1 stitch.
Right.
And then the actual cast on row, it sits really flat at the top, so it doesn't change the height of the cuff.
Okay.
So I would consider it as 1 row total if you need to be really, really precise.
Oh no, I just was curious. So when I'm doing the second sock, I do the same thing.
Yeah. That's probably what matters. And what's the hardest thing about socks is to make the second sock the same as the first one, unless you make them at the same time.
I have some friends that do them at the same time, right? On the needles, two pairs at once, or 2 socks at the same. Have you done that?
Yeah, we got a lady here, Diane. She was just showing she's doing that.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm doing it because otherwise my sock will not match. Definitely the length of them. So I have to do it that way.
And you have to do toe up then for that, right?
Yep.
No,
I have a toe up.
I don't
Or could you do that with the top down on the, or cuff down? Yeah.
You can do both. You can do both. You can do 2 at a time, starting at the cuff.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You can do
only
one.
unsafe hurdle is if you are doing the heel, then you're just doing 1 heel and then switching to the another one, but then you are going back to knitting 2 at a time. But really,
I gotta make
otherwise,
1 first before I try to do 2 at once.
I have a question for Marta. When you cast the 2 at a time on, because I can only do socks 2 at a time. Give us a hint, because I try all different ways, and I would love to hear how you do it.
I'm casting. Well, majority of my socks are toed up, and I'm using the Turkish cast on because it's easiest.
Yes.
So just doing the 1 wrap, well, 1 set of wrap, then another set of wrap, and then starting like normal. I don't have free art here, but just, 1 set, second set, and then just starting to knit.
So you just do the 2 sets of wraps with the 2 balls of yarn right on the first needle and then turn it and go?
Yep.
Thank you. That's exactly where I am.
Sorry, I should let you continue. That's beautiful.
Oh, isn't it great to get compliment? Ilva, oh my goodness. Did you cast on today or are you cheating?
Me?
Oh, no, there's a Ilva, she's just showing us in the
Pia?
camera.
Pia?
Ilva, ILVA. She's showing a red sock with mushroom stitch markers. She's
I don't
started
see
the
it.
gusset already.
Well, Pia also. Look at Pia's. When did you cast on Pia?
When I came when I joined the Zoom meeting.
Beautiful.
Mind blown.
Absolutely
In 3
beautiful.
hours?
In 3 hours?
She's a
It's
speedy.
a tour de sock.
I normally knit a sock in about 4 or 5 hours. So
Well, you're right on target, it looks like.
yeah, I think so.
Where are you based? You have
Denmark.
Denmark. Okay,
Yes,
I thought you
Funen.
had a Scandinavian accent.
Yes, Funen.
Yeah. Fast knitters. I'm knitting with my tongue too much.
Yes.
But no, it's fun to see how we all knit together. It's coming up to just half an hour left, and I am feeling a little bit disappointed about the lack of progress I have made. But at the same time, I feel so fulfilled because this has just been so much fun, and I just can't believe how many people actually turned up. It's a fantastic surprise. So
I'm so
I don't
happy
know.
that I was able to join you.
Oh wow, yeah, you
Oh
are
yeah,
on a.
because Laura she had a trouble of finding a link, so and then
couldn't find it.
I said it in comments to send an email, and then I sent her a link over the email.
Yeah,
So
thank you so much.
no, it's no problem. That's
I
what
couldn't find it. I looked everywhere.
If we want to see the other people's socks as we're going along, will that be in the Facebook group where we see everybody's photos or somewhere else?
Leonie, you want to take this?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
So if I want to see everybody's socks as they're going along, like if you are posting your progress, will that be in the Facebook group?
It will be on Ravelry forum. Are
Okay.
you on Ravelry?
I am, yes. I don't
Yeah,
know
then-
if I'm in this group, so I'll just have to check.
Okay, you can find a link to the forum if you go to if you either search for Zaneteknits on Ravelry, then you can find the group, or if you go to the website on the front page, there will be a link which you will open, and there'll be all the information about the Socktober, and in one place there'll be also a link that will take you to the forum straight away.
Thanks. And I have still the email from this, which had all the links in it. So I think there's a
I
link
should be in the email as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, in the newsletter.
It was in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I put the link.
I want to
our
see
website.
everybody's progress.
We also have a couple of hashtags for Instagram sharing. That it's looking great, Lorne.
Yeah.
It's your sock.
But,
We have a.
I hope I
Wow.
can see the
Let's see
yes, the contrast more, but let's see after some more rows.
It will be subtle, but it will make a soft, gentle sock.
I'm going to go, ladies, because I think it's going to be too much noise.
A
Thank
pleasure.
you so much,
I look
Laura, for
forward
joining.
I enjoyed every minute. I look forward to seeing all your sock training.
Thank you. Have fun on the cruise for all of us. Because you'll probably be drinking wine soon. Okay.
I can't drink wine and knit at the same time. I make too many mistakes. And my gauge,
Oh,
and my
I
gauge
can.
changes. I'm too relaxed, so my gauge changes.
Or just make sure you always pick up the same piece of knitting when you're drinking wine, so it'll always be a looser gauge.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. Always also pick the same wine.
Good suggestions, everyone.
Life lessons. Ask me how I know. I haven't done an experiment. But yeah, I suppose that if you swap wine for tequila, the gauge would be more
Yeah.
affected.
Then you find out in the morning you added a lot of drop stitches.
Don't do brioche.
It's why it's good to have different projects for different beverages, different times of the day.
This is my wine project bag. You can see by all the stains.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
Yeah,
a hat
patterned
that
by
I knit
tequila.
only when I went to the local yarn store for the knit in. And it took me like, I don't know, 8 months to do it because you're talking in there anyway, so you're not knitting that much. And I only did it once a week. And everybody thought I was a really slow knitter.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, no, this is the only time that I knit this project.
But it works for
Oh.
you, so that's great.
Yep.
Yep.
I finished 3 pattern repeats of my sock.
Wow.
Oh, it's so
Oh,
beautiful.
it's so pretty.
It's gonna be good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's gonna have a sole gusset, surprise, surprise, and a heel flap, and the rest as usual.
Very excited to try this sock with the heel gusset. I've kind of been on a sock experiment run as the end of the summer was coming along, and I did the squircle sock where there's the panel that comes down the back of the heel and then you pick up and go all the way around. And I did a Romy Hill sock that was a toe up with a different kind of gussety thing. So I'm excited to try this one. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Which sock are you knitting?
The rhubarb and custard.
Okay, rhubarb and custard. Yeah. Yeah. It's an unconventional heel pattern.
I seem to gravitate to that right now, so I'm excited about it.
It might not be the most durable, but it looks really wicked. So
yeah, we're gonna roll with this one. Yeah.
And I have one suggestion, Janet, for you. If you could make up a heel which is enforced at the bottom.
Yeah.
Not at
where you do the short rows and the gusset.
Sorry, I show you my because here. Sorry, here.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because normally all the enforcements are in here. Yeah, here. And sorry, my heel working totally different way. And I always have to find some way to make it stronger at the bottom.
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot actually, because I like to add that heel shaping part, the half moon shape to make a round heel, but that requires short rows. And doing any other stitch pattern that isn't just plain stockinette with short rows is like advanced. It's not even intermediate. So I think that would be doable, but I think it would be one really complicated sock. But you know, we gotta make a complicated sock in our lives at least once, so it's probably coming. Because I am honestly running out of new ideas for sock things to try. So that's a good one to put on the to-do list, on the bucket list.
Yeah, because all the complicated socks can't be in Sock Madness and things like that. If you want to knit complicated socks, knit one of those competition things, the Sock Madness or Sock World Championship knitting or whatever, because those are really wild
I didn't
patterns.
even know that existed. Sock
Oh yeah.
competitions. Okay, what's that like? So you have to, how does that work?
Well, generally what you have is you have I'm trying to think of what the word is for, like, to get in. You have a whatever qualifier
Right,
sock. So you have a
qualifier, okay.
qualifier sock, and generally they give you like 2 weeks in it. I'm like, oh my gosh,
you can do
why
it.
does anybody need that long? But anyway,
okay.
but there are people that sign up that don't finish in the 2 weeks. So
Yeah,
it happens.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
then some of them you pick your own teams. Some of them you get assigned to a team. And, it's fun. There's generally the prizes are like you might get a pattern from a designer, or you might get yarn. If there's a sponsor of that thing, you might get a skein of yarn or something. There's some prizes, but you just do it again for the fun, the social aspect of it. And there are some people that knit some pretty complicated socks in like 17 hours,
Okay.
and they knit
so
straight
it's
through. They
timed,
don't
We
right?
got someone that could do that right here. She's almost finished a whole sock in 3.5 hours.
But so you, to win, you gotta finish the sock in the fastest time, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's up to you whether you like take breaks to go to the bathroom or you install like a bag.
Exactly.
Right, you wear a diaper, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes about that kind of thing that go around too. Yeah,
Oh wow,
and some
okay.
of them
Should
you're
we organize
eliminated.
something like that?
Like if you have a team, let's say you have 20 on your team. I don't remember what the team count is. There's a certain number because there's several rounds, like 4 or 5 rounds of knitting.
Oh.
And in your team, the slowest, 5 or whatever get eliminated, So only
Right.
so many go forward to the next round. So
How much time between rounds?
2 weeks generally.
Okay.
2 weeks.
Exciting.
So
what's the like, why is it in teams? Like, what do you need to do as a team? Like
support each
the
other?
whole team has to finish a pair of socks.
Yeah, support each other. That's it really,
Get under the
again,
skin of the other teams.
And then there's, I guess, some benefit to who you pick on your team, because if you are on a team with really fast knitters, you're going to get eliminated pretty quickly. So,
right.
But they won't let you sandbag either. They won't let you join it because they'll ask you questions I didn't do it Sock Madness this year. I've done it a couple years, but they ask you questions like, how long does it usually take you to knit a pair of socks? And, and maybe they look at your Ravelry account. I don't know, but, they try to place, if you want to go on a team that's really slow knitters and you're really fast, they may say, no, that's not a good idea. I don't know. I've never had that problem.
How many times have you participated?
2 or 3 times. It's a lot. I didn't do it this year. It's just too to me, it's just too stressful. You can't do anything else. Your whole life for 4 weeks revolves around sock knitting,
Yeah.
So, so I didn't do it this year. There was another one called Super Sock World Championship thing that's a lot less stressful. That was this year. You don't get eliminated. You can sit out around if you want. It's just more fun.
What's the title? The World Champion of Sock Knitting?
Sock Madness is one, and the other one is Super Sock World Championships, SWC.
So if you win it, Are you like the sock knitter of the
Yeah,
world,
you can
or
claim that you're the top sock knitter in the world.
okay.
Or the fastest sock knitter. And the patterns are
Mhm.
really, the designers come up with some really interesting designs and complicated techniques. And one of the ones for Sack Madness had these double knit pockets on the side of a sock that was knitted with 3 colors. So when I mean double knitting, you know what I mean, that there's 2 layers. You're knitting the 2 layers of this little pocket at
Yeah.
the same time. Yeah. And it was a plaid color work sock. It was wild.
Wow. And they have like dedicated designers for that, or the organizers pick designs or commission?
You can, like, if you're interested, look up because Sock Madness starts in the spring, like it's around March, like March Madness, in the US, the basketball
Mhm.
championship thing. It's kind of like that, the same kind of rounds, the same time of the year.
Right.
So I'm sure they're probably looking for designers now for those. So you can apply. You can apply and say, hey,
Oh,
I've
it
got the
sounds very
design.
stressful. I don't think my
Yeah.
socks are that complicated to warrant, but
Might try the
but
rhubarb.
yeah.
It sounds like it is. So.
Well, I don't know if that complicated. They're pretty straightforward. They're just a lot of new techniques, maybe, but when you have those techniques, it's not much. But I like the idea of like adding some double knit things, or like, I don't know, Sonic head.
Oh yeah,
Or
and then one design had vertical columns of colored knitting, and you had individual little pieces that you would cut. You'd cut like 36-inch long pieces, and it was kind of like intarsia where you would knit up to that point, drop the other color, pick up this color, and so you had these vertical stripes of color, but it wasn't stranded because you didn't carry that yarn. You drop that yarn and you pick them up, and just stuff like that. Just things that make it more challenging and
exciting. Oh, yeah, we'll have to look into this. Anyone else inspired to try participating in something like that?
No, absolutely not.
I'm challenged just doing this one, and I'm good.
I gotta finish my first sock.
Is it your
Yes,
first sock
Deb, you have
ever?
to-
Yeah, yes.
Good for you. They are addicting, I have to warn you.
That's okay.
Me
Like
too.
I said, I'm hoping I love it, and I could see this as great Christmas gifts.
I
Oh,
finished
you
my
have to.
first row of color work.
Oh, they are beautiful. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
great colors.
Did you make your sweater,
Oh, it's
Lone?
going to be my Christmas themed.
Me?
Yes.
Which one? This? No,
The
no,
one yeah.
no. That's a skiing sweater.
Oh,
When
okay.
you're underlayer.
It
I'm
looks
not
very
so-
pretty.
I'm not so healthy today. So yeah,
Oh, sorry to hear.
yeah. I'm pretty cold, but it's warm in here. I'm freezing like hell.
Oh
So
no.
yeah,
We got a frost last night.
yeah.
Now what?
That's sitting in the plane with a lot of other people.
Oh, you picked up something Latvian, didn't you?
Yeah, brought something home.
We have COVID in Latvia, so bad.
It's
COVID is
everywhere.
everywhere.
Have in Denmark too.
Like,
The last
oh,
time I had that's 2 years ago. So yeah, my husband is also sick. So yes, that's
No.
so that's why I can knit today and not go to work.
Oh, I like how you see the good in it.
Yeah.
More tea, more yarn. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Only 2 days, then I'm back up.
You gotta treat the Latvian kind of virus with the Latvian methods. Leanna, what's the most effective? What was it? Garlic and lemon and honey or something?
No, I don't do no lemon and honey. I do garlic though. But what I do, well, we have this dark bread. I just slice some fresh garlic on a dark bread. And I have a little bit salt and pepper over it, and that's it. And I eat it fresh.
Yeah.
Like that, and
yeah,
and loads of water, and that's it. And then that works for me and my family too. And be healthy. Few days, and you're good.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I miss the most from Finland is the dark bread. Yeah, hapanleipä.
Yes.
I love the dark bread.
Where to
We
get
also
it?
have it in Denmark. Yeah, a lot of that.
We don't really have that here in the States anyway.
Yeah. Rugbrød,
I haven't found any place.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Dina,
so
have you found
sad.
any place?
What?
There's a Finnish girl down who lives in Colorado Springs, and she bakes it, and you can buy it from her. And she does a really good job.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's not exactly the same, but it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the reikäleipä where you would cut out the little wedges and cut them in half and put butter on them. And garlic sounds good too.
Yeah.
Not that I grew up with garlic, but it sounds good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and salmiakki is the other thing that I miss.
Yep.
What is that?
Very salted licorice. Very.
Black
Oh,
licorice
okay.
is very salty.
Very salted licorice.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
And
You even had some
Specific candy.
alcohol, like licorice. When I went to college I actually went to college in Canada on Vancouver Island. There was a lot of different countries represented, and the guy from Finland, he brought this bottle of alcohol that was just black, and it was all licorice.
Yeah.
Licorice alcohol. I'm like, oh my God, you turned candy into alcohol.
Yeah.
But obviously we were not allowed to drink.
Of course not. Nobody drinks in college.
Yeah. No. No drinking, no drugs, no naughty things in the rooms.
Yeah. There's a song about that.
I'm sure not just one. Hey. But yeah, Finnish licorice. It's one of those things that you either like it, love it, or hate it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I love licorice, but I don't like anisette. Like I don't want to drink it.
yeah.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So good.
And I imagine
anybody
you
else
could
do
feed
this?
it with a lot of interesting things and make it delicious. So
I saw a recipe for but you can't get it here, liquid licorice, but licorice cheesecake.
Oh, that sounds
You're
interesting.
making me so
well, you
hungry.
could probably make like a fennel syrup and add it to your cheesecake and get some licorice flavor in there.
But it's not the same black.
I am sure. It definitely would not be black.
Yeah.
Dina, what ingredient is it that you can't get here that you need for it?
I think it's like they make licorice ice cream. It's almost like a licorice syrup.
Ah.
So,
I remember salmiakki jauho, which was a powdered stuff that you would get in the
Oh, I remember that too. And you can't get that here either. So yeah.
No, I know.
I'm thinking of going home next year, so I may look into all that. Bring it.
Tina, you said you're in Colorado?
Yeah.
My brother ordered several $100s worth of salmiakki from Finland a few years ago, and we paid more in customs and duties than we did in the candy.
Yeah, totally. Totally. My kids like there's a candy called Pihlaja Maria, little fox candies. They love those, the kids and my grandkids. So I ordered those for Christmas last year, and it was like $60 for 6 bags or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Finland has like on anything that has sugar in it or whatever, they have like an export tax or something on that too. So yeah, it's expensive.
What?
Yeah.
Is it because it's bad for you? Like,
I don't know.
kind of like alcohol and cigarette tax, or
The other
it's
thing
just
that people
hard to
don't
get?
really realize, but Finland has very good chocolate. Very good chocolate. Yeah. You think of Switzerland as the place that you get good chocolate from. You can get great chocolate.
We got to
You know,
stop
in
talking
Finland.
about this. We have to stop.
You guys have been on
Anybody
this
got any?
call a long time, right? Getting hungry.
Anybody
Yes,
has any
it's about
questions about
lunchtime for
Sockathon?
me.
I'm still on the ribbing, so I got that part down pat. No questions.
I finished the toes, and I have to tell you, I try it on, and I think it's not my new love.
It's not
This
going to work for you.
anatomical one.
Right.
It's too small.
It's fitting like glove
Oh,
to my
perfect.
foot.
You sounded
Yeah.
so sad. I thought you were
Yeah.
going to say you're going to rip it
No,
out.
no.
Like, oh, well,
I'm
these
in
are going to
love.
be for
I'm really in
for my
love.
husband. Yeah.
Okay.
This part is really fitting like a glove.
Oh, excellent.
Really.
Well, that's great.
Mine are too big, so I think my daughter is gonna have those, and she will be happy.
Mine are cuffed down, so I can't even try them. So, yeah.
Or maybe my husband. Yeah.
I dropped it.
That's what I do when I get the gauge wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, babe, do you want new socks?
Yeah. They're going to fit somebody in the family. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which
I'd have to
socks
be
are you
really
making,
off
Marta?
on mine. My husband wears like a European size 52 shoe, so a US 15. So if I messed up, I'd have to
50.
really mess up for them to fit him.
Wow.
Big feet.
Yeah.
Big.
15.
He's very tall
Geez.
too, right?
Yeah.
he's
Oh, well, he has to
yeah,
be.
he's
Otherwise, he'd be an
6'2".
L.
Very big feet. I did make him one pair of socks. It literally took twice as much yarn to make his socks as it took to make mine.
Yeah.
So it looks like I'm the lucky one, because if I messed up with my socks, then my sister have a foot larger and my mom has a foot smaller. Then whenever I will mess up, someone will take it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Which sock are you making, Marta?
Brooklyn memory sock.
I will go look that one up.
Yeah, and I'm adding to the sock yarn, I'm adding a little bit kid silk.
Ooh.
Which
Oh, nice.
yes, and the food will be, warm and fluffy, and I don't know if you can see it.
It's beautiful.
Nice.
Additional warmth.
I'm on
to my feet.
the last increase for the gusset. And then I can start.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, so far ahead.
Wow.
Beautiful.
But
Okay,
you
I
know,
nominate
I was
you to
doing
take
plain
part in
stuff.
Soccer Madness.
I was doing plain stuff, so it doesn't count really.
Your mission is to take part in Soccer Madness, Leanne.
No chance.
Liena, kas tās pa zaķiem būs?
Brooklyn.
Okay.
Everybody keeps saying Brooklyn.
Brooklyn memory socks. Yeah. One of them.
I did see
Right.
those, but I was intrigued by the color work in the rhubarb and custard.
It's a nice one. I think it might be the color combination that just makes them really appealing. Yeah, you're doing two at the same time.
Two at a time, and then the other color will be this.
Ooh, that's
Is it
rhubarb
black,
and
gray,
licorice.
green?
It's
Oh wow,
it's a Malabrigo called Procyon. So it's got a lot of colors in it.
Okay.
It's nice.
It's gonna be great.
Yes. It's gonna be like licorice inspired.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. So I am seeing that my clock says it's 2 minutes to 5, and I'm trying to finish this round and to wrap it up because I really do have a sharp jump off. If there is desire for people to carry on knitting in this group, I am more than happy to nominate a new host, and you can carry on, because unfortunately I'll have to disconnect and take care of my kids. But once again, I have been so happy to see everybody here, and we've had a real great start to Socktober. And we continue on Ravelry, we continue on Instagram. Post your progress photos with the hashtags that you could find in the blog or in the email. It's something like ZK Socktober, something like that. So we can all follow along. And yeah, if you have anything to share at all, questions or aha moments, that's all accepted, and want to see who can finish a pair, 2 pairs, and yeah, that's it from me. Thank you so much. What is the feel?
Thank you. Will we have another where we all knit together again? Is there another one before the socks are done?
We have not planned one. It's a good question. We can talk about it in the Ravelry forum. If there is appetite for it, then
How do we
then
find
why
out
not?
about the test knit?
Sorry?
How do we find out about the test knit?
All right. If you are a newsletter subscriber to Zaneteknits through zaneteknits.com, that's the place where we announce the test call. And usually with socks, it fills up quite fast, so we don't even get to publicly announce it anywhere else. It's a first come, first serve. Leon is in charge of all of that. I don't even know what happens. It just happens magically. And then you get invited to join a Slack group, and you get to share all your yarn choices and discuss anything in there. And we try and answer any questions in the Google Doc or in the Slack as soon as possible. Sometimes not immediately possible, but we try.
Yeah, maybe weekends are a bit slower, like because family around and everything, but then working day is usually pretty quick, and yeah.
But the pattern has been technically edited. This one hasn't yet, but it will be. So we hope that there are no mistakes. So yeah, that's the hope.
Next newsletter is coming out next week, Wednesday, and that's where this test knit for the socks will be announced, just to give you more.
Unless there's major flood. Yeah, that will happen. Oh, I really do have to go. I going to end the live stream. Thanks for everybody who watched us on YouTube.